Hello! In this video, I'm gonna show you a few first things to do on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. I'm gonna show you a few tips and tricks on your Tab S10 Lite that are worth doing after setting up your device. They will enhance your experience and do way more. So let's begin with something very simple like renaming our device. Just to get started, it's gonna be a little warm-up. We can go to the settings, of course, as long as you want, and go to About Tablet. Then click on Rename, and now you can change its name to whatever you want. So it's your personalized one. But remember, this name will be visible if you connect to others using Bluetooth or Wi-Fi Direct or other methods. So maybe don't set it to something very crazy. I'm gonna simply set it to that. Let's click on Done. And now let's go to the next thing. This is actually gonna make a bigger difference on our device. If you go to the display in the settings, we're still in the settings, we're gonna be in the settings a lot today. You can go to motion smoothness, and I believe that by default it's set to adaptive, which makes the display smoother. If you know a bit more about like technology, you probably are familiar with 90 Hz and 60 Hz and understand what the difference is here. So the adaptive one is gonna make your display a bit smoother, but personally I would recommend to you trying setting the standard one and seeing if it works for you. Maybe it will work for you just fine and you won't see any difference, and maybe you just won't care about it. So I think that it is worth trying, because it'll get you a longer battery life on your tablet, and while not really making that big of a difference. 60 Hz I think is just fine for a typical usage, but if you really care, you can test it out with standard. If you don't like it, switch back to adaptive and check if you feel a difference. But I will set it to standard because I don't really feel that difference, and I really like that battery life to be a bit better. Now, the next thing is making your tablet a bit faster, because it is quite fast, quite smooth, but let's make it a bit more fast if you want. Simply scroll down to About Tablet, then go to Software Information. Now find build number and click on it 7 times. That will enable hidden developer options. You can see I need to enter my screen lock, then click on OK. Now the developer options have been enabled, but be careful with them. If you change too much here, then your tablet may misbehave. So make sure to only just do what you understand in those settings. So I'm gonna show you what we want to change here. We can scroll down. There's gonna be a lot of scrolling here until you find animations, because animations have their own duration, and you can change that duration of the animations to make them faster by going to Window Animation Scale. If you set it to something higher like 10x, you can see how slow the animations are now. Now I'm gonna set it to 0.5 to make the animations faster. So let's set them, and now you'll see it is indeed faster. Everything is going a bit faster, but it's still smooth. So it just changes the duration of all the animations on your tablet. Now if you want to get extreme with it, you can go to Accessibility, then Vision Enhancements, and now go to Reduce Animations and enable that. Now animations are gone. And I'm not really a big fan of this because you can see it, for me, looks clunky, but if you like it that way, feel free to keep it that way. I'm just gonna go ahead and disable that. I like that smoothness with just quick animations, but not overly like dramatic reducement in those animations. Okay, now let's get to the next thing, which is gonna be also in settings, in wallpapers and style. You can see we have our lock screen and our home screen, and let's customize our lock screen. To do it, click on the lock screen. Now you can customize it however you want. You can change the wallpaper by clicking on wallpapers. Now you can find some featured like Samsung photos. You can find photos from your own gallery here. You can find some other provided by Samsung, and here there's also a dynamic lock screen feature which automatically selects like a photo from the internet that Samsung thinks is gonna make your lock screen look great. You can also set up Samsung Global Goals. This is an app to like help other people. You can also like learn more about it by opening the Samsung Global Goals app. Now I'm actually gonna set it. I don't really have like very pretty photos in my gallery, mostly screenshots. So maybe let's set it to something like graphical from Samsung. I think I like this one. It's pretty simple. Now we can customize the clock here. You can change the font of the clock to make it a bit different. You can also click on three dots here and download more fonts, so that's also a great thing here. Also, for some fonts you can adjust its weight. You can make them bold or thin. I think that I like this font. You can resize the clock if you want, just like that. Many people don't know about it, and I didn't know about it for most of the time. I just very recently learned about the fact that I can resize the clock. So I'm gonna make it bigger. I like to quickly check the clock like without looking close into it. Now you can change its color. By default you can see it's black, but you can adjust it to the wallpaper, so it's a color adapted from the wallpaper, or set it to any color that you actually like. I think I'm gonna leave it on the adapted from wallpaper. It has a big enough contrast to see it clearly, but looks very nice. Now you can go to style and change the style of the clock. You can see there's lots of different options here. You can also show weather information on the clock and show the date above or below the clock. And all of them can be resized, although not all can be resized that dramatically as the first one. I think I'm gonna set it to that. And you can actually move it. That's what I learned just now. So yeah, that can be done as well. Well, that's fun. Maybe let's place it here. Also, you can exit out of that clock customization and click on add widgets, and add widgets below the clock. Like for example, we can add some cool widgets like from different apps. If you have some additional apps downloaded, they also may have some widgets here. I think I'm gonna add Samsung Health and my daily activity, you know, closing the rings and stuff like that. I don't have any activity right at all, so it shows start, but you know what I mean. There's also like some weather, some calendar. You can add countdowns in the calendar to a certain date, like your birthday or a concert that you're going to. Now here, these two buttons also can be customized. Let's see, the first one, you can customize it to whatever you want from the list. I think I like it on notes, but maybe let's instead set it to a calculator for whatever reason. And the other one can be camera, but also can be whatever else. maybe let's set it to Google Chrome. And now our lock screen is customized. Click on Done, and it's applied. You can see you can also change the wallpaper for the home screen, but I'm not gonna get too deep into that because you can only change the wallpaper here. We're gonna get to a home screen now, but actually to the home screen, because you can see there are some widgets here. I have them added. I'm not really sure if they were here by default or if I added them. I don't really remember. Probably they've been added because it looks like weird. I have 2 weathers and 2 battery widgets, but let's remove them. I'm gonna remove them by pressing and holding, then tapping on remove, just so I can add some. To add widgets, press and hold on some free space on your home screen, then click on widgets, and now you can find whatever widget you want. They are from different apps, of course, and they come in different sizes. So maybe let's go to device care. You're gonna learn about device care later in the other part of this video, but I'm gonna add a widget. Like maybe let's add this big one, or no, I actually like the 2x2, so it's gonna take that amount of space, 2x2. So one unit is basically 1 app. So you can see it takes 2x2 apps. Now, if you want to save space on your home screen, of course you can have multiple pages here, but maybe you want to have all the widgets in one place. You can create a stack, and I'm gonna explain what it does, but first let's make it so I can demonstrate. Press and hold on your widget, then click on create stack. Now select a widget that is the same size as the first one. So let's see, maybe we have some calendar, like there's a countdown. As I said earlier, you can also add it to the lock screen as well as the home screen, but I think I'm just gonna add the month display of the same size, and now I have the stack. I'm gonna click on it to just add the permission for it because it requires a permission. And now you can see I have the calendar, and to use the stack, simply swipe between those widgets, and you can have multiple widgets here and swipe between them, so you're saving space on your home screen. That's a pretty niche feature. I don't think it's like very known, but it's worth knowing that. Now let's speak about the optimizing. We have the optimized, the device care. Let's go to settings to actually open it. You can also open it from the widget, but maybe you didn't choose to have this widget. So let's go to device care. Now here it'll use its own internal algorithms to optimize your tablet so it runs faster. And that's a really good thing. Let's just click on optimize now. It's closing some unnecessary background apps, detecting some problems, some issues, and stuff like that. Then click on done, and now your tablet is gonna be optimized. You can also go to memory here, and then it's gonna check, and you can also clean the memory so it runs faster. And it's especially good on a tablet like this. This isn't the highest end tablet. It's also not the most budget friendly, I think, but no, it's not the highest end, so it requires some work, just taking care of it a bit more so it runs a bit better. Now, since we are in device care and in memory, it's worth mentioning there is this RAM Plus option. RAM is your short-term memory on your device. Any device has it, and the more it has, the smoother the device runs. And this tablet has 4 GB built in, but there is also something called RAM Plus, and it uses your internal storage, just the storage that you use to store files on. That in this case I have 128 GB. It uses that as additional RAM storage, and it makes your tablet even faster. So you can see by default RAM Plus is set to 2 gigabytes. So in total, instead of 4 gigabytes built in, I have 6 because it has additional 2 gigabytes. Now, if you want, you can go to RAM Plus, then set it to 6 gigabytes. Now you're gonna have 10 gigabytes of RAM storage, which is gonna make your tablet way faster, and it will be able to allow more apps to stay open in the background and stuff like that. But it will sacrifice the storage on your tablet, so I'll just need to give away 4 gigabytes of my storage, but since I have 128, I don't really care and I can give that away. So let's click on that. Then I'll need to click on restart tablet, so it applies the change. So we'll wait a moment. Now, speaking of restarts, in a moment we're gonna get to a setting about restarts, about auto restarts. It's also a very good feature that will automatically restart your tablet when it has at least I think 30% of battery, and when it's not being used, and when it's on the scheduled time. We can schedule a restart, for example, every week on, let's say, Fridays on 3 a.m. And then if you're not using it on Friday 3 a.m., then it will restart itself. And what it does, what's the advantage of it, is the fact that your tablet will run faster because it'll clean all the residue data in the background that isn't really needed. So we can go to the settings and then scroll down until you find again the device care, because it's also in the device care, then auto optimization, auto restart. And you can see for some reason I have it enabled already. I'm gonna disable it. Now let's enable it, and as I said, I'll set it to Fridays and 3 a.m. Let's click on done. Now you can see it is set to that. So it's basically done here. Now let's go to some power saving options. Let's go to the battery. We need to also take care of our battery so it lasts us the longest time, not only just the longest time of the day, but also in the longer perspective it has a higher longevity. So we can go to power saving, click on it, don't enable it first click on it just to learn what it does. You can see what it does here. You can enable the limit of CPU speed, which is your processor, to 70%. It may make your tablet appear laggy, but you should test it out on your own and see if the things that you're doing on your tablet actually affect that. You can decrease brightness by 10%, set motion smoothness to standard, which we've already done, but turn on dark mode because this is an OLED display, which means that each pixel on your display is being lit up by itself, which means in result that when there's black on the screen, then no power is being used to display black on the screen. So if there's dark mode, then it makes everything darker on the screen. You'll see it in a moment. I don't know what happened. I probably did some gesture maybe. Yeah. And also set screen timeout to 30 seconds. So if you don't use your tablet for 30 seconds, it's gonna turn the screen off. And now what's important to notice here is that you can disable or enable those features first before enabling the power saving mode. So if you, for example, don't want the screen timeout set to 30 seconds, I most certainly don't want it because I'm recording videos using this tablet. I mean, I'm recording the video for you right now, and sometimes I'm speaking for a bit longer than 30 seconds and not touching the tablet in that moment, so I just don't want I just don't want the screen to go off that quickly. Now we can enable the power saving, and you can leave that power saving enabled all the time if it works for you, fine, or just enable it when you need a longer battery life at a certain time. Now I'm gonna disable it, but feel free to enable it. There's also a limit apps and home screen function, and you need to enable it before enabling power saving. So let's enable it. Now let's enable power saving, and you'll see something weird happens. Yeah, you just have 5 apps by default. You can remove them from here. So in total, you can have up to 10 apps because there's 5 free spaces. And only those apps can be used in this mode. You can see everything is in dark mode. And there's a lot of different other things that happened here, like the brightness has went down and stuff like that, and it's gonna limit your battery usage a lot. Now I'm gonna exit out of this mode by turning it off, and let's go to the settings again. So yeah, if you really want that extreme mode, if you are outside, for example, for a longer time, then you can do that. I'm actually going to disable that, so next time when I enable power saving, I don't get surprised. Now let's go to another thing, battery protection. Battery protection is gonna care for the longevity of your battery, and I very highly recommend having it set to on. But now there's 3 options. The basic one, which when your battery charges up to 100% stops charging, and when the battery drops to 95% it starts charging again, and it protects your phone from overcharging. That's a really good feature. Now an even better feature is adaptive. It'll learn your okay, it'll probably require me to sign into the... Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I'm already signed into the Samsung account. Maybe that's why. You can see there's adaptive, and that's an even better feature because it'll learn your charging habits and adjust the patterns accordingly. So if you plug your tablet at night, for example, always, then it'll learn it, and then once you plug it in, it'll start charging to 80% and will resume the charging about an hour before you're expected to unplug it, so the tablet doesn't overcharge overnight. And it does indeed really increase the longevity of your battery. Now there's also a maximum option, which I don't like because it just limits the battery charging to 80% and it won't charge any further. And you know, technically it saves the battery life, but if you're about to have just 80% of the battery from the beginning of using the tablet, you're better off just use it at 100%, right? Now let's do a few other things. This time we're gonna get to the camera. I know that you probably aren't using your tablet as a main photography device, but it's worth adjusting a few settings in the camera app so it takes better pictures when you need it, and also maybe saves more space on your tablet when you take any photo. So what you'd like to do, if you want to do it, is go to camera app, then click on these 4 dots right here and click on this gear icon, which opens the settings. Now you have all the camera settings. The first one is Scene Optimizer. This is an intelligent feature that automatically optimizes the color and contrast of the pictures to make pictures look way better. So I'd highly recommend that. Now let's go to the next one, High Efficiency Pictures. It's gonna save space on your tablet when you capture that photo. So I also highly recommend that feature. It makes your photos weigh a bit more on the tablet, so you can take more and not care about that storage that much. Now, the next one is Save Selfies as Preview. You may like that feature or not. I actually like it. It means that it doesn't invert the photos. It doesn't flip the photos that are taken with the front camera. Because if you take them with the front camera, first you have the mirror mode, so it just looks like in the mirror. then it flips it. So like, for example, all the texts are actually not backwards, but I prefer the text to be backwards, but everything be as previewed. I'm gonna show you a simple example. I'm just gonna flip the camera to the front one, then I already have it enabled, the save as previewed. So if I take a selfie, then if I raise my right hand, you can see it's on the right side of the screen. Then if I open that selfie, you can see that it's still on the right side of the screen, even though it technically looks like it's my left hand, because, you know, if it was taken with the rear camera, it would be my left hand. But personally, I just prefer it that way. I just then know what to expect from the photo. But going back to the settings, because there's just like, I think 1 or 2 more settings to adjust here in the camera app. Let's go here, and then let's see the well, I don't see it. Okay, maybe it's not available. Or no, yeah, it is. In advanced video options, there's high efficiency videos. It's also the same thing as for photos, but it just is for videos, and you know, it takes less storage on your tablet. Now, auto HDR is the last feature that is very worth enabling. It makes sure that your pictures just pop. It's the best way to describe it, just how they've written it here. It's really true. It makes the pictures pop. You'll probably see it if you try messing around with it, enabling and disabling it and taking pictures. Now, there's gonna be a few more things in this video, so let's go ahead to the settings again. And now this time let's go to advanced features. Now you have side button, and our side button is right here. You can see it, and it's great for, you know, locking the screen, or when you press and hold on it, it can show the power menu. You can also go to long press and set it to digital assistant. So instead of showing the power menu, you can press and hold on it, and it'll open Gemini, and you can ask it for anything, like you would ask ChatGPT for anything like live questions, or you can also ask it to schedule an event on your tablet, or set an alarm, or what's the weather today, whatever. There's lots of different things here. Now, if you want to power off your tablet when long press is set to digital assistant, just press and hold on power and volume down. Now it'll open the power menu. Now, double press is also a great feature. You can set it to whatever you want once it's enabled. I think I'm gonna set it to Samsung Notes, and let's say write with a pen. I'm gonna set this mode. And now when I double press on the side button, no matter whether the tablet is locked or unlocked, it'll open the notes, and now I can take my pen and start writing with it. So that is a really good feature. Now let's go to our display settings. We've already been to the display settings talking about motion smoothness, but you may want to go to display to find some other things here. Eye comfort shield. You can see I have it set on a schedule. I'm actually gonna set it to always on for a moment, or maybe let's set it to always on. Now you can set the color temperature to make it like very warm or very cool. The warmer you set it to, the more comfortable your eyes will be, because blue light isn't really the best for your eyes, and the warmer you make the tablet, the better it's gonna be for your eyes. You can also set it on a custom schedule, or set it sunset to sunrise. Okay, there's some sort of thing being shown. Let's allow all the time, whatever. Okay, it needs location permission to know when the sunset and sunrise is in my region, right? Now, the next thing is there's gonna be the last thing now. It's gonna be also in the display, and it is navigation bar. Now, you can set it to buttons, these classic 3 buttons. The back button, that goes back. The home button, that goes to home. And the recents button, that goes to recently open apps, the currently open in the background apps, and you can open them that way. Now, you can go to more options and set the button order to a different one. And you can change the button position to left or right. I am right-handed, so I personally prefer it to set to this first option. So the back button is closest to my right thumb, and the button position to right because I'm mostly using my right hand. But if you're left-handed, or if you just have a different preference, feel free to set it to that, or that, or that, whatever you wish. Now, you also, instead of that, may want to set it to swipe gestures. If you set it to swipe gestures, you don't have buttons anymore. Now, you have this little bar that you can drag just up to go to home, drag up and hold to go to recently opened, and slide from the left side of the screen towards the center, or from the right side of the screen towards the center to go back. Now you can see this little bar with the apps has disappeared. I'm just gonna slide. You can slide up, but not on the bar, not on the center here, just somewhere on the back, on the side. Sorry, not on the back. Yeah, to open this little bar, of course, it's not available on the home screen. But if from somewhere else, I can open this little bar to quickly open some app. And that will be about it for the video. It got quite long. I didn't expect it to be that long, but I hope that you liked it. I hope that you will enjoy some of these features. Let me know if they worked for you. And don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello! In this video, I'm gonna show you settings to change immediately on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. If you've got your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite hands-on, then you may already like it, but after you change the settings that I'll show you here in this video, then you'll probably learn something new that will change how your experience goes through. Yeah, I think it is worth changing. Let's simply start off with settings, and we'll find something very interesting, something very unusual. If you go to Wi-Fi, connections, then Wi-Fi, then click on 3 dots in top right corner and click on intelligent Wi-Fi. Now scroll down and you'll find intelligent Wi-Fi button. Click on it 7 times. Now slide down and a new button will appear, Connectivity Labs. Click on it. Now slide down. There's lots of different things that are for whatever reason hidden, and it's worth checking them because there's a thing called Home Wi-Fi Inspection, which is a really good feature. What it does is you can click on it, then click on Start, select a Wi-Fi network that you want to inspect. Let's see, for example, this network. Click on Next. Now it says that it's excellent, but when I click on Next, then click on Start, it will actually show me a graph of my connection. The higher the graph goes, the better the connection of Wi-Fi is, and you can move around your house to see where the connection is the best. So if you later need a good connection, you know where to sit with your tablet, or you can try moving around your router if it's possible. So also you can establish the best placement for your router that works great for where you typically sit at. Now I'm gonna click on done and I'm gonna exit it. Now, still in connectivity labs, there's another thing which is customized Wi-Fi list setting, and now you can enable show band information. Now if I go back to just Wi-Fi, you can see it's not yet refreshed, but you can see it doesn't really show the Wi-Fi bands, whether it's 5 GHz or 2.4 GHz. 2.4 GHz works on higher distances but is slower, and 5 GHz works on lower distances but is way faster. Now if I close the settings app and reopen it, you will notice that if I go to Wi-Fi, all of the Wi-Fis now show me the band, and I know which one to connect to in order to have the best possible Wi-Fi connection, as long as I'm close enough to that Wi-Fi. Now let's get to Bluetooth. So also in connections, let's go to Bluetooth right here, then click on three dots in top right corner and go to advanced settings. Now there is an option called music share. You can enable it and it'll let your nearby friends play music on your Bluetooth speaker or headphones. It will let you not need to disconnect from your headphones or speaker in order for those friends to be able to play music. They can just play music if you don't disconnect, because there will be an option for it. Both devices need to have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth turned on while sharing, just your friend's phone or tablet will see the Bluetooth device on the list even if it's connected to you. Now you can select whether you want to share it with contacts only or with everyone. You can also select whether you want them to ask for the permission to connect, and if you want them to disconnect when nothing is played for a certain time. Now let's get to the next thing, which is modes and routines. Then you can go to routines, and here you can set up a routine, which is an if-then action, which means if something happens, your tablet will do something. If you click on plus, you can create your own routine. And of course, they can be very simple, but you can get them actually pretty complicated. Let's start off with something simple. I will demonstrate it on something simple, but feel free to mess around with it and try making it pretty useful for yourself, of course. So now let's get to something like, for example, place. When I'm at my work, because I have a place added to my to my Google Maps, then I can simply select the radius and select that whether the action will happen when I leave or when I arrive. I will select when I leave my work. Let's click on done. Then something will happen. You can add another condition, and then you will be able to select whether you want the routine to happen if either of the things happen or if all things at once happen. Now I will add what this routine will do. Let's select something simple, but of course you can set it to whatever else in the world you like. Let's select turn on mode. No, maybe not turn on sleep mode. I don't have my modes configured, so maybe let's set something else like notifications, and let's select do not disturb off. It'll turn off my do not disturb when I leave my work. That's a really good thing, so I don't really need to remember whether remember to turn it off manually. Now you can set a certain icon for it. like let's set this home with an arrow, like I'm going home, then click on done. That's a really good feature, I think. Now let's select, let's go to something else, and we'll need to go to advanced features and settings. There's gonna be quite a few things that we use here. First, you can go to motions and gestures and find the, sorry, am I really, yeah, sorry, motions and gestures, yeah. Double tap to turn on screen and double tap to turn off screen. These features are really worth enabling, because when your screen is off, then you can double tap on it to turn it on. Then I can unlock it. And if I want to lock it, I can lock it normally or double tap on some free space on my home screen. Now, let's get to another feature, also in motions and gestures in advanced features, cover to mute. If you have any incoming calls or alarms, you can mute them by putting your hand over the screen like that, literally just like that. So I'm gonna enable it. I can mute it that way. It's also a very common thing to happen on the smartwatches. You can see there's a smartwatch. I can tap on it and it goes black, or if there's a call, I can mute it. But it doesn't disconnect, it just mutes. So I can do the same here if I get a call. Now, let's go to the next thing, which is gonna be this time the side button. You can set long press to either a digital assistant, so in my case it will open Gemini, which is something like ChatGPT. You can ask it several different live questions, but you can also ask it like about some knowledge, but also you can let it create a note. You can add an event calendar by saying to Gemini to do it, and there's much more into it. We'll be getting back to that later because we'll be setting something else up connected with Gemini. But you can also set the long press to power off menu if you prefer it that way. But don't worry, if you have it set to digital assistant, you can still access power off menu by pressing and holding on power and volume down at the same time. And as you can see, I'm on the power off menu. Now, there's also the double press option. If it's enabled, you can select any app to open. I have it set to Samsung Notes, and I also have it set to the option write with a pen. So when I double press on the side button, now it opens the write with a pen menu, and I can start writing. Now let's go back and let's find something else that I wanted to show you, which is going to be also in advanced features, this time multi-window. You can enable swipe for split screen. Now, to open split screen on your tablet, you can simply use two fingers and slide up like that, and it opens split screen. Let's see more about it. You can see I can also technically slide from the side, so I can do like that, right? Let's try it. Yeah, it also works. So it is a really good feature. I can have two apps at once. I can also click on them to close them. There's lots of different things here. I can also resize it. If I don't care about that calculator being that big, I can make it small. Yeah. And now let's see something else, which is swipe for pop-up view. Now if I swipe from the top right edge, I can resize the window, and now it's in pop-up view. I can move it around, but still use what's in the background. I think that's really useful for some use cases. I'm actually gonna go to a calculator, for example, but you can use it for wherever you want. I'm gonna resize the window to something small. Let's make it the smallest it can get, because if I get it like very small, then it'll minimize. But let's make it that small, maybe not, because it's gonna be hard to use it. But yeah, now it's great. I can move it around and I can still use what's in the background. Now I can close it by clicking on this bar at the top, and that's great. Now let's see what else do we get. Now there's gonna be a different option also in the advanced features, but this time it's gonna be a dual messenger. If you go into that, you will be able to duplicate a certain app that you are using, like Facebook, like WhatsApp, any other social media. And what it gives you is an option to be signed into 2 separate accounts on both apps. So for example, if you're attending your work account and your personal account, or if you have 2 separate numbers on WhatsApp, then you can do that. And first I'm gonna go ahead and download any app that I can duplicate. Not all apps are supported, but for example, I know that WhatsApp will. So let's download WhatsApp, and then let's install it. But you can do it for Instagram, for Facebook, for TikTok, I guess also. I'm not really sure. Facebook Messenger, the other things like that, maybe Telegram, if you use it as well. And now you can see it has appeared in available apps. Let's install a second copy. I'm going to confirm. Now, if you want, you can use a separate contacts list for this app. I'm just going to click on next without that because it's going to take a long time for me, but feel free to set it up so it actually is however you want it. Now, you'll see that I have 2 WhatsApps and both of them can have a different account logged in. Now let's get to something else. This time we'll be getting outside of the advanced features. Let's go to About Tablet. Now go to Software Information. Once you click on build number 7 times, you can see in my case it's already enabled, but you need to click on it 7 times, then enter your screen lock. A new option will appear at the bottom, Developer Options. You can click on it, and now you have lots of different options that aren't typically being used. But here's the catch. Some of these features shouldn't be touched. As long as you don't understand what they mean, don't touch them because they are gonna be bad for you. You know, some of these may break your tablet, may make it unusable, so be careful. Only change the things that you understand what they mean. So I'm gonna slide down to something that we can understand the meaning of. It's gonna be right here. Window animation scale, transition animation scale, and animator duration scale. Now, what it does is it changes the duration of animations on your tablet. You can see if I go to the home screen, it takes some time, and it's a smooth, pretty animation. You can also enable a folder. You can see it also takes some time, but you may prefer to have it faster. If you do, change the window animation scale to 0.5, transition animation scale to 0.5, and animator duration scale to 0.5. Now, all the animations will be faster. You can see when I open a folder, it is way faster now. And everything else will be faster. Opening apps is faster, stuff like that. If you want to get crazy with it, you can go to Accessibility, then go to Vision Enhancements, and now go to Reduce Animations and enable it. Now, you can see there's no animations at all. Everything happens instantly. I'm not really a fan of it because it looks clunky to me. I like those smooth animations, but if you prefer it that way, feel free to set it that way. You'll see everything happens instantly. I'll actually switch it back because I'm not a fan of this mode, but feel free to mess around with it. Now let's go to something else, which is gonna be Hey Google. Let's see if it discovers it. Hey Google. Okay, it didn't, so it's disabled. If I go to Google app, What Hey Google does is when I say Hey Google out loud, it'll open Gemini. Remember Gemini from a moment ago? Yeah, this Gemini. So if you click on the profile icon in top right corner in the Google app, you go to settings, you can set it up so you can activate it that way hands-free by saying Hey Google out loud. Let's go to Google Assistant and now go to voice match. I'm gonna enable Hey Google. Now let's click on more and agree, then more, and once I click on agree here, it will ask me to say 4 phrases out loud to learn my voice. Hey Google, help me write a thank you note. Hey Google, what's the weather tomorrow? Okay Google, explain how a rainbow is formed. Okay Google, set a timer for 5 minutes. These are not only to set up your voice, but also these are suggestions of things that you can ask Gemini for. Now whenever I say either Hey Google or Okay Google, it'll open Gemini. And now let's get to the next thing, which is gonna be in settings again. Let's go to settings, then go to display. Now in display there's quite a few things. First of all, dark mode. If you like it that way, feel free to set it that way. I know that lots of people prefer the dark mode. Also, it saves a little battery because on OLED displays, whenever there's black being displayed, no power is being used by the display. You can also go to dark mode settings and set it to a schedule, but I'm gonna disable the dark mode because I think it looks the light mode looks better on the camera. But dark mode, I use it on my personal devices. Now, let's go to some other things like motion smoothness. You can set it to adaptive or standard. The adaptive one will make the motion smoother by setting your display to 90 Hz, but will also use more battery life. So I personally prefer the standard option, but if you want, feel free to set it to adaptive and test if you feel any different. If you do, you can leave it that way. If you don't feel any different, you can go back to standard so you don't waste your battery life. Now, going to some other things is Eye Comfort Shield. You can enable it and set it to a schedule or always on. Then it will make your display, you can see, warmer, and it is very comfortable for your eyes because blue light isn't the best thing for your eyes. So the warmer the display is, the more comfortable your eyes will feel. I will actually set it back to sunset to sunrise. You can also adjust the color temperature here. And now let's go back, and then you can go to font size and style and adjust it to yourself so you can see the display better. And let's maybe change it. I personally, because I have a very good vision, I like it to have it like at a low setting. Maybe not this one because it doesn't look too good, but maybe this one. But if you feel like it, feel free to set it to something higher. You can change the font style here as well. You can download fonts and you can enable bold font. Now there's also screen zoom and you can change it so the display looks bigger. Like elements on the display look bigger or smaller. I'm gonna set it in the middle so it looks better on camera. And now let's go to something else, which is screen timeout. This is the time of inactivity on your tablet when you're not clicking on anything, after which the display will go off. And I personally like to set it at 10 or 30 because when I'm speaking and recording a video, sometimes I'm speaking for a bit longer than those 30 seconds, and you know, I don't want the screen to go off. But if you like it, feel free to set it to 30 or 15 seconds so the screen will lock itself after you don't click on anything for 15 or 30 seconds. By the way, it also saves the battery that way. So now let's get to something else. I'm just gonna double check what I wanted to show you. So it's gonna be now the edge panels. You can see I have it activated, and this is this little panel here on the side that I can slide towards the center of the screen to find different apps, as well as some AI feature, AI select, and I can customize it or disable it if you don't like it, but you can go to panels and customize it. Now you can set it to apps, people, tasks, weather, tools, clipboard, or reminder. I'm gonna leave it on apps, but I'm gonna edit it. Maybe let's remove some apps that I don't really need that much. I don't think I need clock as much. I do need calendar, so I'm gonna leave it, but maybe I'll replace internet with Chrome because that's what I use. Then I'm also gonna add Gmail to it, and maybe let's add something like the I don't know, maybe YouTube for entertainment. And now let's go back. Now you can see this Edge panel has all of these apps. Now you can also go to handle and customize the handle size. I'm gonna make it a bit larger so I can see it a bit better. You can change the transparency of it, you can change its color so it's more visible, and you can make it even thicker. You can change its position to higher or lower, or you can also set it to left or right, probably depending on whether you're right or left-handed. Now let's get to something else, which is gonna be in display again, I believe. I'm just gonna double check. Yes, it's gonna be navigation bar. Now you can see I have it set to this bar, and you may like it at this bar, but you also may like it at buttons. Buttons are these three classic buttons: the Recents button that opens recently opened apps, Home button that goes to home, or Back button that goes back. Now you can also go to more options, set the button position to left, so it's gonna be here instead of here. I'm gonna set it to right, and you can swap the back and resets button also. Or you can set it to swipe gestures. Now in swipe gestures, to go to home, quickly slide up. If you want to go to recents, slide up and hold. And if you want to go back, slide from the side towards the center, either from the left side or from the right side. Okay, now going back to the display, there's gonna be one last thing in the display here, which is touch sensitivity. If you're using a screen protector on your tablet, it's worth enabling the touch sensitivity so it increases the sensitivity if you have any problems with the sensitivity when using that screen protector. Okay, and now it's time for the accessibility settings. So let's go to accessibility. Now go to vision enhancements. Now you'll find something like high contrast fonts. You can see all the gray fonts become black, and also all the fonts have now a little outline around them in the opposite color, so they are more visible. They stand out more. And that's a really good thing if you need that. Now you can also set a high contrast keyboard, and you can customize it, of course. Now you can see this is my keyboard, so the keys are more visible that way. Of course, as long as you need it. Now let's go to something else, which is gonna be extra dim. Once I slide down in vision enhancements, I can enable it. Now the screen is dimmer, even dimmer than I can set it to. And it's a good feature, especially at night, when you try to set your screen as dark as you can, and it's still too bright, and it's just too bright and you can see it, then enable extra dim, and it's gonna dim your screen a bit more. You can go to extra dim and change the intensity. Now, you can also set it to turn off after restart. So if you accidentally set it to too extra dim, you can restart the tablet to fix it. Now, also, if you go to accessibility, but this time to advanced settings, you'll find side up and volume up buttons and volume up and down buttons. These two features are the same thing, but different buttons. Side and volume up are basically these two, and volume up and volume down are these two. Now I will set side and volume up, and you can set it to some accessibility feature. You can enable talkback, enable magnification, some other things. I will do the extra dim that I've shown you. You can actually add 20 different things here, but I will set just one. Now when I press on these two buttons at once, let's set use to enable it. Now I can press on these two buttons and enable or disable extra dim. If you add more than that, then you will have an option to choose whichever one you want to use. And yeah, now let's go to also in advanced settings. You can go to flash notifications, and if you want, you can enable screen flash notifications, so whenever you receive a notification, you will see your screen flash like this. You can change the color of it, so let's set it to maybe red. I like red. And that's gonna indicate your notifications a bit more than just a little notification at the top. You can set it for all apps or for selected apps. Now I will disable it, and let's go to some three last things, which are gonna be now in the battery. Let's go to battery. Here is a power saving mode, and you can enable or disable it whenever you feel like to save your battery. You can adjust also the different settings of the power saving mode, so it is adjusted to your preference. Now there's also a very fun feature here. If you enable limit apps and home screen, now enable power saving, your whole tablet is gonna look like this. Just up to 10 apps. Of course, you can replace those 5 default ones with something else if you don't need them. But yeah, just 10 up to 10 possible apps and nothing more. And it really does save battery. Now I'm gonna turn off the power saving by clicking on 3 dots in the right corner, so I don't have, I can actually use the tablet. But yeah, if you need it, then feel free to enable it. Now battery protection. In battery settings, this increases your battery longevity. And now if it's enabled, you can set it to basic, so when your battery is charged to 100%, it'll stop charging, then resume charging when it hits 95, and so on, so your battery doesn't overcharge. And it's a really good feature. But even better is when you set it to adaptive. Here it'll learn your charging habits and adjust the patterns accordingly. So if you, for example, plug your phone in at night, then it'll start charging to 80%, then it'll stop charging once it hits 80 and resume about an hour before you're expected to wake up. So the tablet hits 100% shortly before you unplug it, so the tablet doesn't overcharge. Now there's also a maximum feature which I don't really like, because it limits your battery percentage. And you know, if you are about to have 80% of your battery from the beginning of using your tablet, I don't think it's worth it. It's just better to have it at adaptive and use the 100%, your full battery, and then after like 2 years it's going to be 80%, not from the beginning. And even if you set it to 80% from the beginning, then after a few years the battery life will drop anyway, so it's not that worth it. Unless you just have your tablet plugged in all the time, 24/7, and you're planning on using this laptop for like 10 years, maybe. And now the last thing in battery is charging settings and fast charging. Some regions disable it, and it's worth enabling it so your tablet charges faster. And these are all the things that I wanted to show you. I hope that you enjoyed this video. Let me know in the comments down below which of these settings you didn't know about and which of these settings you have changed by watching this video. And feel free to like and subscribe to our channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your battery percentage not showing on Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! As you can see, currently I have no idea how much battery I have left, so let's change that. Let's head into settings. Now let's scroll down just a little bit and enter notifications. Inside notifications, we want to head into status bar, and right at the bottom we have show battery percentage currently being set to off. So let's just enable it, and as you can see we now have our battery percentage, and there is nothing else we can do with that. We can only enable or disable that function. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your fast charging not working on Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! First, let's simply head into our settings. Then inside settings, we want to scroll down a little and head into battery. Now, you want to scroll all the way down, which I failed, and now we can go into charging settings. And you will notice that there is actually only one setting inside charging settings, and it's for fast charging. So currently now it's disabled, and if you want to enable it back, you can simply click enable. And with that, your fast charging should be working without any issues. If it's not, then there's probably something wrong with your battery, and probably you want to have it checked in Samsung store or some other phone workshop. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix the auto brightness not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! First, let's simply check if you have our auto brightness enabled. We can do that by heading into settings, scrolling down into display, and right under our brightness bar we should see adaptive brightness currently being disabled. So all you want to do is simply enable it, and this should resolve the issue, and your brightness should now automatically change and adapt itself depending on your surroundings. But there's still a chance that it's not working for you. Why? Well, usually this means that the phone cannot actually get into your surroundings. Well, if that's the case, we can lock the screen, we can take some sort of microfiber cloth, and we can give a front camera, which has light sensors in it, a nice little rub, and thanks to it, it now should see everything pretty clearly. However, if it's still not working and if you have still troubles with that feature, I would also advise you to just reboot your device. Really, you can easily do that by expanding the control center from the top right corner and then hitting power button and clicking restart twice. I know that this may seem kind of silly, but trust me, whenever you reboot your device, you're not only rebooting the software but hardware as well, including the light sensors that are responsible for gaining the information about the light levels around you, and then using that information, adjusting the brightness levels accordingly. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix the ghost touch problem on a Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! So, the ghost touch problem is basically when you barely touch anything and yet the touch actually happens. So, for example, I barely touch here, but it actually does swipe. It's a very basic explanation, but you have a feeling like a ghost is touching your phone, or in our case, a tablet. So how can we potentially fix that? Well, usually the reason that the ghost touch problem is even happening in the first place is poor screen protector. or even better, some sort of moist and debris and just dirt or other things that are stuck between the screen protector and the screen itself. So what you want to do is you want to remove the screen protector entirely and then just clean your screen. So I will just lock my screen and give it a nice little clean. Of course, I don't really have anything hard, like no, I only have some basic prints on the screen. But only after you have done that, you can install your screen protector back. However, if you have some poor screen protector, then you still might have some troubles, so make sure that the one that you are installing is a legit one. And lastly, we can head into settings, we can enter our display, scroll all the way down, and here we can see touch sensitivity. And if you have it enabled, this might give you an illusion of ghost touch, so just disable it and now it should be gone. However, if it's not, you can always share the issue down in the comments below and we'll try our best to help you, or maybe someone else in the comments will help you, or you know, we'll just be a nice, loving community that helps each other in the comments. Who knows? But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your phone heating while charging on Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! Now, technically, everything is just okay. Your phone should be heating up, and actually, not phone or tablet, should be heating up while you charge it. It's completely normal for any kind of device that has a battery that needs to be recharged. However, if that temperature is really high, like stupidly high, like you can barely even hold it in your hand, then something is probably very wrong. And one thing that could possibly fix that issue is to simply disable the fast charging, and luckily for you, you can easily do that by heading into your battery, scrolling all the way down, entering charging settings, and then disabling fast charging through here. Now technically this should fix any kind of issues with very hot temperature while charging, but if it's still not going away, if it's still very hot, like you feel it's melting, then actually it probably is. You want to make sure that you have your phone plugged, you have your cable plugged in correctly without any issues, because if it's plugged in correctly, then it will really fail at providing electricity, meaning that everything will heat up to stupid amounts, to be honest. And lastly, if it's still persisting, you could potentially take it to, for example, a Galaxy store or some other phone workshop to have your battery checked. But remember, once again, if the temperature is high, but like relatively high, it's not burning, you can just easily hold it in your hands, nothing is going wrong, then don't you worry, because this is what's supposed to happen. Trust me, I've been using this for years now. Well, not this exact model, but the previous one I have been using very much, and it does heat up, and it's completely normal. But yeah, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix no sound during calls on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! First of all, let's simply check if we have some Bluetooth devices connected. As you can see, we do have our headphones here, and actually there is no way to even see if we are connected or not. Well, actually there is, and we want to simply expand our control center, and we'll notice that we are indeed connected to some sort of device. It doesn't really matter what type of device. If it's headphones, then the headphones are the ones that are receiving the sound from calls. So if you have no calls and yet you are connected to some sort of Bluetooth device, then no surprise you don't hear any call, because your Bluetooth devices, and by that I do mean my headphones, are the one receiving the call instead. So let's simply disable the Bluetooth, and now there is no way that our call audio will be rerouted. And now a little bit of information. At the bottom or at the top, it's depending on how you actually rotate your tablet, we have the ability to increase or decrease our sound volume. However, that is not call volume. If we click three dots and go into settings, you will notice that there is actually no call volume itself, unfortunately. However, we can actually change the call volume whenever we are on a call with somebody. So once we are on a call, only then we can actually change the call volume itself. So once you are connected to somebody, just make sure to bump up the volume to make sure that it's actually connected and not, oh, we can do that here, if it's actually high enough for you to hear stuff. And lastly, we can just reboot our device in case of some sort of random malfunction, and we can do that by expanding the control center once again, clicking the power icon and clicking restart twice. That will reboot our phone, well, in our case our tablet, and everything should be working now. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix screen flickering on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! So, as you can see, there is no screen flickering whatsoever, like there is not. However, if we would expand our control center and lower the brightness a little bit, you will start noticing some weird issues, at least on certain cameras. Luckily, it's not the camera I'm currently on, but it is related to shutter speed. If you have some sort of poor camera quality, then on low brightness you will probably notice some weird flashing, and this is because of Samsung's and also Google Pixel's, if anyone's curious, shutter speed, which results in this weird glitchy effect. There isn't there isn't a fix to it. To be honest, you want to get a better camera with different shutter speeds to match it, and then you won't really see anything. However, and also you can go into the settings, into display right here, and make sure that adaptive brightness is disabled, because otherwise the adaptive brightness will just randomly lower or increase the brightness of your device, and then you might have some troubles. However, let's say you are suffering from other screen flickering, maybe the one that you have when receiving a notification. So, I have prepared a nice routine that is showing custom notification. It doesn't really matter what notification has, but what's important is that whenever I actually enable this, you will see a screen flash whenever I receive that specific notification. And by the way, you should subscribe to HardReset.Info channel, it really helps us grow. But how can we possibly fix that? Well, we want to scroll almost all the way down into the settings, then head into accessibility, then click advanced settings, and lastly enter flash notification, and you will notice that this is the thing that actually makes our screen flash whenever we receive anything. As you can see, we can preview it, and this is how it looks, giving us a weird screen flicker effect. And in order to disable it, you want to simply disable screen flash notification. And now if we head into modes and routines and play our notification, you will notice that there is no screen flicker to be found. And by the way, if you want to learn more about routines and modes, you can always watch my full tutorial on that topic right here on our channel for every Samsung device ever. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your Wi-Fi not working on Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! So, we can simply expand the control center by moving our finger from the top right corner of the device, and let's just turn off the Wi-Fi for now. Let's give it a few seconds of rest, and after the few seconds have passed, let's just enable it back again. Usually the problems on the Wi-Fi can potentially go from the device itself. However, if it's still not helping and if you still have no Wi-Fi connection, you can press and hold onto the Wi-Fi icon. Let's go into details. And now let's simply enter the code wheel next to the network that isn't working, and let's just go and press forget in the bottom right corner. Now we are disconnected from our network, and let's try to reconnect to it once again by inputting its password. Also, if you have troubles with auto connection, this is the part when you probably want to disable the auto reconnect. But if the password is correct, we should be able to just connect to it. And now, after a few moments of checking our quality of internet connection, we should have... it's not working. We should have our internet connection, and as you can see, it is connected but without internet. Why? I actually couldn't read it because it fixed itself. Yeah, usually these problems really resolves automatically. You can always pause the video if you want to. I have no idea what happened there. But if you have already done that and if it's not working, then the last part that you can actually do something that could potentially help you is to simply reboot, but not your device, your router. I can't really show you this because I don't know what router you have, like people have many different routers, but basically you want to unplug it, leave it for a couple of minutes and then plug it once again. And after, for example, 5 minutes, it should automatically turn itself on and the Wi-Fi should be rebooted. However, if you've already also done that and it's not helping, then something is very wrong with your Wi-Fi, and I would guess that this is probably the time where you want to simply call your internet provider, because maybe there's some issues on their side. Maybe the server is dead, maybe the connections is dead, maybe some rats ate a cable and now every network is dead. It's, to be honest, hard to predict what's the underlying issue there, but a simple reboot to the router should resolve it, and if it's not resolving it, you can always contact your mobile provider. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix the speaker not working on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin. And at first you want to simply check your volume levels. You can do that by pressing the volume buttons at the bottom or at the top of your device. Now, as you can see, this way we can decrease the volume, which results in no volume at all, and this way we can increase it. Though you will notice that this is not a normal sound icon, instead it's a Bluetooth icon, and it's actually pretty interesting because you cannot really guess that I'm connected to any kind of Bluetooth device, because there isn't a Bluetooth icon in the status bar. Instead, you have to expand the control center to even see that we are connected to indeed some sort of Philips headphones, which I have right here. And what's really important is, by default, the speakers are the one receiving the audio and are the one that's playing the audio, meaning that your phone is essentially useless because on its own it won't play anything. So you want to rule out any Bluetooth device by simply disabling the Bluetooth, to just making sure that the audio itself isn't rerouted. Now, if you do have some troubles with your speaker not working, we can always head into our settings, enter notifications, do not disturb mode, and you will notice that if we have our do not disturb enabled, we do see that we have an option for alarms and sounds to not be allowed. So if that's the case, then when we have it enabled, no other I forgot how it was called. No other audio, no other volume, no other everything will be able to play until do not disturb mode is turned off. So you want to make sure that you don't have it set up, because it will result in your speaker not working properly. And also you can clean up your speaker by using some sort of soft brush, or at best a wooden toothpick, but even with wooden toothpick I would be very careful about not destroying the speaker. Please do not ever use anything metallic like needle or anything else, because then you will just result in destroying your speaker, which is not something you want, let's be honest. And once again, if you still have some sort of issues, you can always expand the control center, enter power icon and just reboot your device. Rebooting your device actually does help. It's not only rebooting the software, but hardware as well, including the speakers themselves, which also deserves a nice little rest one day. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your touchscreen not being responsive on the Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! There are two main reasons why you click this video. Either A, you have installed a new screen protector and your touchscreen is not responsive as it was before, or B, your tablet froze to death and you can't do anything even though no matter how hard you click. So let's just begin one by one. Luckily, the A issue is incredibly easy to fix. First of all, let's head into settings, let's scroll down into display, and now let's keep scrolling until we will see touch sensitivity, and you just want to simply enable it, and now you should have an increased touch sensitivity, which is perfect for some nice screen protectors. But now for the most important part, the B issue with your touchscreen being frozen. Well, of course I can't tell you to expand the control center and reboot your device through here, because you can't click that, that's just stupid. Instead, no matter what you are seeing on your screen, you should be able to make a very simple shortcut. As you can see, I here at the bottom have my volume buttons, so this is the volume up button, this is the volume down button, and this is the power button. What you want to do is you want to start pressing power button and volume down button at the same time, so I just failed, let me fix that, at the same time, so just like that. Now the power menu for me appears. If you have frozen touch screen, you probably don't see anything, but you want to ignore it and keep pressing it, and once you see a Samsung logo you can release both fingers, and now you have successfully soft reset. I don't think it actually has a past tense reset. No, that sounds stupid. Congratulations, you have successfully rebooted your phone. Well, actually it's not phone, it's tablet, but you have successfully made a nice soft reset to it, and it should help you resolve the touchscreen not being responsive issue. Hopefully. If it didn't, then that means that you might have your touchscreen damaged by some sort of physical meaning, which makes it so the video is probably useless to you, because I can't really help you fix physical damage. I can only tell you to probably go and check it up in Galaxy Store or some other phone workshop station, or you can always just describe your specific issue in the comments down below, because maybe somebody or even we will respond and help you with that issue. But for some basic froze touchscreen problem, then this should help you. And if it did, remember to like and subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix the screen rotation not working on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! So, first let's simply expand our control center from the top right corner. You will notice, if we increase it once again, that we are correctly locked into landscape mode. This means that if you would go to application that supports both modes, for example the Google Chrome, which is right here, but we first need to agree to a bunch of random stuff, we will notice that whenever we try to rotate our device, let me just try to widen our area a little bit. Oh, can I get into the browser itself? Thank you. So if you would try to rotate our device, you will notice that actually nothing is happening, except we see a little icon in the top right corner. It's pretty hard to catch, so let me try once again. Okay, it's invisible. But basically, oh, here you can see it, and only now it will actually automatically, well, manually rotate. But of course, we don't like that. We want to rotate it by our hand. So let me try to rotate it back. It's actually not doing anything. Well, anyway, let's leave it here just for a quick moment, because we are about to fix that entirely. Let's expand the control center once again, and let's simply click that. And as you can see now, we have left the landscape mode, and we are no longer locked into some certain mode, but we can freely rotate. So now if I would pick up the tablet once again, as you can see, we can rotate without any issues in whatever direction we please. As well as you can see, that's pretty cool way of fixing that. But what if it's still not helping? What if it's still not doing anything? What if it's not working for whatever reason? Well, that's also very possible, and there is a nice way to fix that, and it's to actually reboot your device. I'm that serious. You can do that by expanding the control center once again, but this time you want to press the power icon and then click restart twice. I know that this may seem kind of silly, but trust me, whenever you reboot your device, you're not only rebooting the software, but hardware as well, including the gyroscope, which, as you can probably guess, is the one responsible for detecting the level that you are holding your device. So if you're holding it like this, then it provides information to the operating system that, hey, now you should probably rotate me. And lastly, you just want to make sure that the application that you want to rotate to actually supports both modes. It's incredibly true for games. For example, like Clash Royale only works in portrait mode, while Call of Duty Mobile or Genshin Impact or whatever only works in the landscape mode. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Samsung Tab S10 Lite, and let me share with you how to free up storage without removing the apps. So in this video I'll show you or tell you 3 different tips which are connected with removing some unnecessary files which will release a lot of memory. So we will begin with going to the settings. And here in the left section, let's scroll down and find the apps. After tapping on it, you will be transferred in this right section to the list of all installed apps which are available on your device. And what I highly recommend to do is to simply go through all of those apps, all of them, especially those which are using frequently, and to remove cache. So let me go to, for example, I don't know, maybe internet. Just tap on it, tap on the specific app, and then go to the storage. And here we've got this cache section. And basically the cache are junk files which are saved by your device, but they are not necessary for the normal usage of the app. So all you have to do is to tap on clear cache, and your device will immediately remove it. So as you can see, it is not really that necessary. And thanks to it, you will release the memory. And I highly recommend to go, as I said, go through all of those apps and check whether you can remove cache or not. And after that, I highly recommend to soft reset your device. I mean, simply power it on, power it off, and then power it on again. You can do it just by pressing the power button and the volume down button together. So we've got this combination of keys which will usually take a screenshot. Just press it long enough until you'll see this menu and tap on restart, so your device will be restarted and kind of confirm all of the changes. And the second thing which you can do is to check your downloads, because let's be honest, usually we are downloading a lot of stuff and then we forget about it, but they are still saved in those downloads and they are occupying a lot of memory. So what we have to do is to open the list of all apps and go to My Files. It doesn't matter if you're using the developer provided file manager or you're using any kind of third-party manager. It's totally up to you, I don't care. In each you will have the downloads. So go to My Files, find the downloads, and as you can see here we will have all of those files listed, those which are audio files, photos, and everything, PDFs, etc. And what I highly recommend to do is to go through all of those files and then remove those which are not necessary, and for sure you will remove a lot of stuff and release a lot of memory. And as a last resort, I will not show you the full operation because we've got a really detailed tutorial of how to backup your data. And basically I highly recommend to back up your photos and videos, because not only you will secure them in a different place for the case that something happens with your tablet, but also you will be able to remove them from the internal storage of your device and release the memory without the need to remove the apps. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your Bluetooth not connecting to Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! So, we have our Philips headphones here. Of course, it doesn't really matter what headphones you have. The only thing that matters is that this is indeed a Bluetooth device. And let's just say that it's not connecting. As you can see, there is no Bluetooth icon, so I guess we're not connected, right? Wrong. We actually by default do not see the Bluetooth icon. We only see it once we expand the control center, and now it is visible. That's a pretty odd design choice, to be honest, but hey, it is what it is. However, if you are not mistaken that the device you want isn't working and it's actually not working, then there is a couple of things we can do. First of all, let's just disable the Bluetooth, just for a few seconds, let's give it a moment to rest, and now let's enable it once again. If it's working, then we should see something like this, and we should see our device. So if we are connecting, and we are connected, so for me it is working, but there is still a very high chance that for you it's not working. So how can we fix it furthermore? Well, let's expand the control center once again. Let's now press and hold onto the Bluetooth icon, and let's go into details. Now, here we want to go into cogwheel, so we want to enter settings for our device, and we want to simply go and unpair it. Let's go with unpair. And now our device will behave like it never even saw that headphones on its eyes ever before. So let's simply repair our device back. So I will first turn off my headphones here. We can see that they are currently on by the LED. So I will press and hold to turn them off. And as you can see, they are no longer flashing. Now I will press and hold, but I will keep pressing even though we have a sound of activating the headphones. So now they are flashing, and if you keep holding, they are now flashing rapidly, and this means that we are now inside pairing mode. Now this should stay true for almost every single device there are. Like, just press and hold the power button, and it should put your device of your choosing into pairing mode. Now we can simply go scan. As you can see, we can now see our Philips headphones, so I should be able to just pair it, and we are once again connected. Now, if it's not working, if the reset of the Bluetooth isn't helping, if the repairing isn't helping, then something is very wrong, and it's wrong most likely with your headphones or with your Bluetooth device. In order to check that, you can always take your Bluetooth device and give it to, for example, a friend or a family member, just to play a little diagnostic game and to try to see if your device will connect to their device. If it's not, then there is a very high chance that your device is just broken and it is not capable of connecting to other devices. If that's the case, then you should check if you have your warranty and then try to return it to the store you originally bought it from. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix microphone not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! First of all, a little bit of theory. As you can see, we are connected to a Bluetooth device right now, but there is no way you could have guessed that, because by default you don't really see a Bluetooth icon anymore. Instead, you have to expand your control center, and only now you see an icon, and now you see that we are indeed connected to some sort of Bluetooth device. So the very first way of fixing that, make sure that you are not connected to anything, and the best way to make sure is to simply disable the Bluetooth. This is because when we are connected to something like headphones or earbuds or whatever, they are the one that are recording for input. So our tablet here is essentially useless in terms of recording our voice. But now that problem is no longer the case. So how could we potentially fix that? If it's still not working, of course. Well, probably you want to test your voice with the voice recorder, and it can be found inside your Samsung apps. And here we have voice recorder. We do have some random voice, but we'll ignore it and we'll just record new one. And now this is very important. You want to just move your head around. You want to record your voice as much as you can. And once you have done that, let's just ignore it. Let's rename it to something random. We can just hear it back. And now this is very important. You want to just move. Okay, that was pretty loud. But basically, you want to play a little diagnostic game. If your mic is, I don't know, flashing or burping or farting or just disconnecting randomly, then you want to describe that issue to Google. I'm not even serious. I mean, I am serious. I'm dead serious. You want to be more specific about your mic not working, because your voice can be distorted, your voice can be cut off, your voice can, like, so many things can happen to your voice. And you want to be very specific about it. And of course that is not enough. The other way of potentially fixing the low volume even, or just your microphone at all, is to simply clean the microphone port with some sort of non-metallic tool. Personally, I would advise toothbrush. If you are careful enough, you can also use a wooden toothpick, but please never ever use anything metallic like needles or sticks or whatever, because then you probably will just disable and ruin your microphone even further. And also, if it's still not working, then something is probably wrong with your device. Maybe it's a bug. If that's the bug, then we can always go into the settings, scroll all the way down, head into our software updates and simply check for newest updates. Maybe they do have some sort of bug, and maybe they just fix that with newest patch. And lastly, you can always just give your tab a nice reboot. You can do that by expanding the control center, clicking the power icon and clicking restart twice. This may seem kind of obvious, but trust me, it does help. Because rebooting your phone not only reboots the software but hardware as well, including the microphone, which also deserves a nice little rest. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Samsung Tab S10 Lite, and let me share with you how to fix up crashing. So if you meet some strange problems with the apps, I highly recommend starting with a force stop. Let's go to the settings first of all, and here in this left section scroll and find the apps, and as you can see here we will have the full a list of installed apps. So just find the app which causes you a lot of problems and then tap on it, and I will pick maybe Chrome. Let's pretend I cannot open the browser. So just tap on it, and what I highly recommend to do first of all is to force stop, because sometimes the apps are opened in the background and they are not closed properly, and they will interfere whilst you're trying to open them for the second time. So just tap on force stop, tap on OK, and then I highly recommend to also go to the storage, which is in this usage section, and here we've got the cache section. So just tap on clear cache. Basically, cache are junk files which are saved by your device, and sometimes it happens that if you've got too much cache saved, they will interfere in the with the usage of the app. So after that, after force stop and after removing cache, you can try to open the app. If it works, then that's great. If not, you can repeat those steps. So force stop, remove cache, and try to soft reset it. So just press the power button and the volume down button together, so the combination of keys which you will normally use for the screenshot, but press it both long enough. Oh my god. Press them long enough until you see this menu. So just tap on restart and your device will be automatically powered off and then powered on again. Another thing which we can do is to check for the updates, because sometimes the older versions of the apps might not work. So let's go to the Play Store. You will be able to follow all of my steps if you've got your Google account, of course, added to the device. You can check our tutorial of how to do it if you don't want to do it on your own. So let's tap on the Play Store, and obviously you can check it in the updates available. So just tap on the circle in the right upper corner, go to manage apps and device, and here we've got the updates available. So you can check if the Chrome is listed right here. Just tap on update next to it, or if you wish, you can also tap on the search, tap on this bar, and you can enter the name of the app, and after tapping on it here you will have an additional button with the option to update. Then I highly recommend to tap on update, and you can try everything again. So try to open it. If that doesn't work, try to force stop it, etc, etc. If it didn't really work, I highly recommend to simply uninstall it. So even after updating, just uninstall the Chrome. You can soft reset your device after that to confirm, and try to install it again. It is because that sometimes installing directly newer version instead of updating it will be much better for the device, and there will be no confusion. And as a last resort, I highly recommend to check for the software updates, because sometimes your software, the older versions, might interfere with newer apps. So let's go to the settings. Here in this left section, you have to scroll down to the very bottom and find software update. Basically, just tap on download and install, and now your device will check for the updates. And if you've got one, I highly recommend to tap on download or install and apply the update. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix a low volume problem on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin. The low volume problem may occur from a couple of reasons, but before we try to do anything, let's make sure that our audio isn't rerouted, and we can easily do that by expanding the control center from the top right corner and then disabling Bluetooth. As you could see, I was connected to my headphones right before that moment, and that would mean that they would be the one playing the audio and receiving the input. So if I would hear something, but it would be very high, very low, it probably would be my headphones playing the audio while I was having them just hang up on my neck. So once that is done, so once we are sure that no Bluetooth device is connected and nothing is really on our way, we can simply check our volume levels, and you can do that by pressing the power buttons. As you can see, if you have something like this, this means that your volume will be probably very low, but by bumping up and then playing some audio, you should be having no issues whatsoever with that feature. But what if it's still not working? What if you still hear the audio being mumbled or wrong and whatever reason? Well, then you probably want to clean the speaker grill, but be very careful. Do not use anything metallic. Like, personally, I would advise some sort of soft brush or even toothbrush, maybe even a wooden toothpick if you are very careful, but please, for the love of God, do not ever use anything metallic, like no needles. I know it's very tempting to use a needle because it just nicely fits in here, but don't, just don't. You will probably result in destroying the speaker furthermore than cleaning it, so just be careful when doing so. But after you have done that, after you have cleaned up your speaker grill, after you have tested that no Bluetooth device is actually the one receiving the audio and playing it, you can, well, there isn't really much you can do, to be honest. I'm kinda even forgot what to tell you. Alright, the Do Not Disturb mode has the ability to lower your volume. Technically, in reality, it actually cuts down the volume completely, so if you went to the settings, notifications, Do Not Disturb mode, you will notice that we are currently not allowing any kind of alarms and sounds while Do Not Disturb mode is enabled. So that means that we won't hear anything, which isn't very smart of us. So you want to make sure that you do not have anything that actually results in your audio not playing, like Do Not Disturb mode or other different modes that you might have. For example, make sure that you haven't played around with modes and routines, because there is a very high chance, let me just add that quickly, that you can change the volume levels inside your routines. So if you have some routine that actually changes the sound mode and volume, you want to make sure that, well, it's not doing that. And by the way, if you want to learn more about routines on any Samsung device, you can always watch my tutorial on that specific topic right here on our channel. Anyway, as a last resort option for fixing the low volume problem, you can just expand the control center from the top right corner. By the way, in here you can also change the volume levels, just like that. And you want to click the power icon and then hit restart twice. I know that this may seem kind of silly, but whenever you reboot your device, you're not only rebooting the software, but hardware as well, so your speakers will be reset and hopefully they will start working again. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to fix your Face Unlock not working properly on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin! So, there are a couple of reasons why your Face Unlock might be having an issues with actually detecting your face. The very first one is the camera itself. So, let's lock the screen and let's clean the front camera with some sort of microfiber cloth. You will notice a lot of reflections now, which, oh, that's very funny effect. I have very bright screen. Give me a moment. Okay, you should now see our logo or everything. Basically, you want to clean the front camera as much as you can, but without having too much pressure on it, because otherwise you might just break it. But of course, maybe you have already known that, and it's not helping. So what you want to do then? Well, you want to simply head into the settings, enter lock screen, go into screen lock and biometrics, but first you must input your normal pattern and then enter face recognition. As you can see, we do have face recognition currently, and we have brighten screen on. This is very useful for having troubles with detection of your face, because this will brighten up your screen, which in result will brighten up your face, which in result will have a higher chance of success rate of your face recognition feature. However, if you want to improve it furthermore, we can go and add alternative appearance into our face. Or even better, we can go back. We can simply remove our face data and re-enter it once again, but it doesn't really matter, there's no need to do that. So instead I will go to add alternative appearance, and still something is very wrong with my camera. I'm so sorry for that. Okay, hopefully the camera is fixed now. Anyway, we should now be able to register our alternative appearance. So I will now pick up my tablet here, so my face is clearly visible by the camera lenses, and let's hit register. Now the most important thing is to just follow the advice, follow what they want you to do. So if they scream at you that your face is not exactly in frame, you want to position your face into the frame, which I know you guys can barely see, so I will try to move a little bit. Okay, this should help you. So now I am looking directly at the camera lenses. We want to position our face inside the frame. And I will, let me try to move it. Okay, now we can see anything. So, as you can see, it screams that it's too dark. So we can go with retry, and I will now increase the simply brightness a little bit. And now we can head into register. And now we can register our face with much better lighting conditions. So I will pick up my face, as you can see it's right here, hello there, and I will look directly into the eyes. When the arrow appears, I want to tilt my head up, and now I want to tilt my head down, and as you can see, it's all that takes, really. As you can see now, we have our face recognition, and we have alternative appearance. So with all of that, let me just lighten this up a little bit. We should have a fixed face unlock and working. Of course, you can always just remove your face data entirely and register it from the scratch with nice lighting conditions, without any kind of glasses, any kind of hats or anything. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hello, in this video I'm going to show the best settings for gaming on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, before we start gaming, let's open up the settings and let's make sure that in the display we have selected the adaptive mode. Thanks to that, we will have up to 90 Hz refresh rate, and our gameplay will be the smoothest as possible. And we will have the highest refresh rate, so it's worth turning this feature on. Also, we have the inbuilt gaming hub in this game. Let's turn it on, and let's click on those dots in the corner and let's select the game booster. Make sure that the game optimization is set on the performance mode. Also, the gaming smoothness, let's select it on the highest refresh rate. In this device we have max 90 Hz, so let's also turn it on. Now we can launch our game. We can do this through the gaming hub, and I have also selected the game in which we can change the graphic settings. So let's say that in this video we want to get as many FPS as possible, but also I'll show you which settings you can adjust to get the best quality. To change the graphic settings, click on the top right corner. Of course, that's how you can change it in the Asphalt game that I have just launched. But games such as PUBG, Call of Duty Mobile, or for example the Standoff also have the possibility to change the graphic settings, and I'm sure that you will find it, so don't worry. Okay, when you want to have the best performance, select the frame rate into the highest value. In this case it's 60, and when it comes to the advanced settings, simply select everything into lowest values. Thanks to that, we will have the highest FPS possible. But of course, if you want, oh, actually in here it changed into 30, so keep it on the 60. And of course, if you want to have the best quality, simply boost everything up. Thanks to that, you will have the best graphics, simply. Okay, now let's go into the gaming hub that I was talking before. To launch it up, gently slide from the downside, and in here we have that small icon on the left side, and now we can enable the gaming hub. And in here, for example, it's worth turning the mistouch prevention. Because when it's enabled, for example, we want get out of the app by a misclick, and it's like the protection before it. Also, in here you can block the navigation button, just like that, and also we want exit the game by a misclick. When we perform that kind of move, you can see that this icon, which means that our bar is currently locked, and we want turn off the game by a misclick. To keep it enabled again, click on that icon which was shown in here before I have clicked it, of course. You can also block the edge panel, also worth doing. And for example, you can also block the auto brightness, so it won't be changing during your gameplay and you won't be distracted. Also, we have the pop-up apps, not in here, but actually, yeah, in here. We can click on the notifications, and we can turn off to allow the notifications, and they won't simply pop out on our screen and we won't be distracted. So it's also worth turning this feature on. When it comes to the gaming hub, I think that's all that we had to do. In here, if you click on that edit button that I was showing you, in here you have all features that you can use in the gaming mode. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your headphones not detected on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin. So, how could you possibly troubleshoot your headphones not being connected? Well, there are a couple of things that could have went wrong. But first, let's simply reset our Bluetooth here. Let's give it a couple of seconds and let's reset it once again. As you can see, it does see my paired devices and I try to connect and we are indeed connecting. Now I am connecting only because my headphones are turned on, so even though your headphones may not have a LED, though most of them should have a LED that should blink when it's activated yet not connected, you can use that information, use that LED light to get info about is it connected, is it turned on, is it in pair mode, etc, etc. Now, in terms of pair mode, it's actually a very smooth transition, but we can try to repair our headphones. We can do that by expanding the control center, pressing and holding the Bluetooth, and then clicking details. Now, we want to go into cogwheel of our device and simply hit unpair in the bottom right corner. So let's hit unpair. And now we must enter pairing mode via our headphones. So first, as you can see, this little flashing means that the device is turned on but is not connected to anything. So let's turn it off. As you can see now, it should stop blinking. Exactly. And I want to press and hold for more than 5 seconds. I'm pressing and holding, it's turned on, and now it's in pairing mode. And we can tell by that rapidly flashing lights. And now once it's in pairing mode, we can hit scan. We should see on the list our Philips headphones. Of course, it doesn't really matter what type of Bluetooth device you have. And now we want to go and pair, and we are paired. Though there is still a very high chance that this might not work for you and that you've already done that and tried that and it failed. What do you want to do then? Well, that's a very important question, and to be honest, it's very hard to answer because it's hard to predict what went wrong. My guts would say that it's headphones' fault because normally your Bluetooth on your device should be fine. However, we can just test that by playing a little diagnostic game, and you can do that by, for example, taking your headphones, let's say they are the faulty ones, but we are not sure, and let's try to pair them not with our device, because we still don't know if it's our device that's broken or the headphones, and we want to try to pair our headphones with, for example, our friend's device, or a family member's device, or whoever device. If it's working, then headphones are completely fine, and then we should see what's wrong with our tablet. However, if it will also fail, and the other friend's phone also fails connecting to the headphones, there is a very high chance that this is the headphone's fault, and you should have them fixed. Or if you have a warranty, you can just return it to the store you bought it from. However, as a last resort option, you can just reboot your device. You can do that by expanding the control center from the top right corner, clicking power icon and hitting reset. Now I know that this may seem kind of silly, but whenever you reboot your device, you're not only rebooting the software, but hardware as well, including Bluetooth chips that are responsible for connecting to your Bluetooth devices. So if you have them reset, which you should because they also deserve a nice little break sometimes, they should be working again. But once again, if it's for whatever reason not working for you, well, you can share it down in the comments below if you have more specific problem, but generally speaking, your Bluetooth isn't working properly on your device or on your headphone, on your device, Bluetooth device or your tablet. And that's about it for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hello, in this video I'm going to show you how you can unlock Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite without password. Okay, but in the beginning I would say that please only try to unlock your device, in no other case someone else's, because that might be considered as a crime and that's also unethical, so have that in mind. Also I would tell you that in both methods we basically lose all of our data. That's the only way how we can on our own unlock this device when it's protected with the password and when we forget that password. Also, you can try to go into the authorized center with the proof of purchase and there look for help if you don't want to lose all of your data. That's not like 100% sure that they will help you, but you can always try. Okay, we have two methods how we can do it on our own. And for the first method, let's pretend that this device isn't locked, but basically each step that I'm about to show you for the first method, you need to perform on any other device, so don't worry, everything will work. Also, you need to remember that... okay, actually, let's begin. I'll tell you that later. Open up your browser or on any other device, and click on Continue, and now we need to type Find Hub. Just like that. Also, it is really important that you need to be logged in on your other device on which you are going to perform the steps that I'm showing you. You need to be logged in into the same Google account on which you were logged in on your Samsung Tab. If you will be logged in into other account, it won't work. Also, if you want to use that method that I'm showing you, your device needs to have, your Samsung needs to have the allow this device to be found feature enabled, otherwise it won't work. Okay, once this is discussed, open up the Find Hub on any other device, find Devices, and in here we have our Galaxy Tab. We need to select it and click on Factory Reset Device. Thanks to that, we will be able to perform a factory reset remotely. And after the factory reset, the next thing that we need to do is to set up our device from the beginning. Of course, thanks to that, our screen lock will be removed, but we lose all of our data. You can also read about it right in here. Now, all you need to do is to click on Next, then you need to type the password to your Google account, and after that, your device will be turned off, and the next thing you need to do is to set it up. Okay, so that's the first method. If you don't want to use the find hub, you can always, for the second method, now I'm talking about it, because in the second method we normally use our tab that is locked. Let me show you how it works if you don't want to use the first method. And actually for me, the second method that I'm about to show you is more comfortable, and you don't need to, you know, play with those find hubs and that other stuff. So now our device is locked, we cannot remember the password, and what to do. We need to perform a factory reset through the recovery mode. To do it, normally we would have to power off our device, but when our device is locked and when we want to power it off using the power menu, it still requires a password. So what we need to do, first we need to connect our device, our Galaxy Tab, into a PC or laptop using the USB-C cable. It is really important because otherwise we won't have access into recovery mode. So plug your device, just like that. And now, then how to turn off this device? We need to perform a reset by holding two buttons. And when the screen turns off, we need to quickly change the button combination. We need to hold power button and volume up button when the screen turns off. But first, we need to hold the power button and volume down button. Let me show you how it works. So, first, keep holding volume up and power button at the same time until the screen turns off. Okay, now quickly release and start holding power button plus volume up button. Hold for a little bit. Now we can release, and the recovery mode should launch. Just like that. Okay, now using the volume keys, we need to select wipe data / factory reset. Now confirm by clicking the power button, select factory data reset. Remember that all of your data will be erased from the device. Basically, that's the last chance where you can stop. Now select factory data reset if you want to go forward. Now confirm by clicking the power button. We can see that data wipe is complete. Now select reboot system now, click the power button to confirm, and now within a second the device will be turned on, and now we need to set it up, and thanks to that our screen lock has been removed. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the hidden sound settings on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Alright, so let's open up our settings. When we are here, let's scroll down a little until we find the sound. Here it is. And now let's begin maybe with the system sound. No, not in here, my bad, I'm so sorry. Or actually, in here we have a few things that we can change. Because, you know, for some people they might be a little bit annoying and they don't even know that they can turn it off or on if they like to. In here we have the touch interactions, dialing pad, Samsung keyboard, charging and the screen lock unlock sounds. So, for example, when you are typing your keyboard, you know, there's that clicking sound. I'm sure that you know what I'm talking about. And in here, for example, you can turn it off. To do it, simply click on that, and now, really easy. Now it's not working and you won't have that sound. Also, same thing is with the touch interactions. Of course, everything is up to you. You can keep some things enabled, some things disabled. Everything is up to you how you want to adjust those sounds. So you can now you know where you can find it. But let's go back. Now, when we click not on the volume, but the sound quality and effects, in here we have the Dolby Atmos, which is also a really cool feature. Experience breakthrough audio for media playback that flows above and around you. So let's keep this mode enabled. you can now see that it's changed into auto mode. Let's click on that, and in here we have separate and a few modes, how we can use it. So currently we have the auto mode, but we also have the movie, music, and the voice. When it comes to the movie, it delivers the best possible audio for films, shows, and videos. So for example, when you are using the when you are watching a movie, you can pick this mode. Another mode, music, make all your music sound richer, fuller, and more balanced. Or the voice makes voices louder and clearer. But in my opinion, it's the best to keep this mode on auto because it's optimizing the sound for whatever we are listening to. So it's changing and it's recognizing the thing that what we are currently doing, and it will select the optimized and the best settings simply. So I think you should keep it on the auto. Below we have also the equalizer. In here we have this chart and this equalizer that we can manually adjust. Currently it's on the balanced mode, so everything is select on a neutral, but we have other modes such as bass boost. You can see how the chart and how this equalizer has changed. Below we have the smooth mode. In here you can take a look how it looks. Same thing with the dynamic, clear, treble boost, or we can select the custom one and we can manually select those values for our preferred setting. And also under each mode you can see what each mode provides right in here. So you can take a look. I'll keep it on the balanced. Let's go back. Now we have below the loudness normalization. It prevents sound from suddenly becoming too loud or too quiet while playing media. Pretty cool feature. Let's turn it on. Below we have the app sound settings. Currently there are no apps, so we cannot do anything. And below we have option to adapt the sound. We have 3 modes for under 30 years old, 30 to 60 years old, or over 60. Under 30 boosts high frequencies. The second mode boosts high and mid frequencies, and the 60 above 60 boosts all frequencies. You can also add personalized sound profiles if you want, of course. In here you can select what you want to adapt sound for. It can be media and calls, only media, or only calls. But I'll leave it to you to find out how this mode works and what you can achieve thanks to that. We also have the UHkey upscaler, make the sound of your music and videos clearer when you wear headphones. Currently I cannot turn it on because I don't have any headphones that I can connect, but if you connect your device, your headphones, you'll be able to turn this feature on, and it's also pretty cool, so I suggest you can also turn it on right in here. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show the speed up tricks on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, first let's open up the settings and let's begin with the developer options and a few things that we can adjust there. To get access into developer options, scroll down into the bottom until you find About Tablet, and now find the software information, and in here we have the build number. And we need to tap on it a few times. In my case, I also need to draw my lock screen to confirm. Okay, now click on OK, and now we have access into developer mode. Now it appears under About Tablet. Simply click on that, and now in here we need to find 3 specific options, actually 4, my bad, that can help with boosting the speed of our device. Okay, here it is. That's the animated duration scale, transition animation scale, and the window animation scale. As you can see, all 3 of them are set on 1x, but to boost the speed and the performance of our device, we can select each 3 of them on off or 0.5, but don't go higher than 1x because it will only slow your device. For me, the perfect balance between 1x and off is 0.5 because we will still have our animations, but there will be a little slower than normally, but thanks to that we still have a better performance than like it would be set on 1x. So 0.5 for me is like a perfect balance. Now let's scroll down a little and let's find the apps and the background process limit. Currently it's set on the standard, but we can select it on at most 3 or at most 4 processes to boost the speed of our device. And that's basically all that we need to do in the developer options. We can go back from here and now let's go into the device care in our settings and let's click on the storage. Currently everything is great, but let's click on the storage, and in here if you have some unused apps you can click on that to check do you have any and simply uninstall them because they are only taking your storage space, and you know, if you have more storage space your device will work faster, so it's also worth checking it. Same thing with the duplicated files. If you have some files that are duplicated, simply you can delete the copy, and thanks to that you will also gain some free storage space. Okay, we can go back from here and now let's go into the memory. Okay, and now as you can see we can clean up to 115 megabytes. It's also worth doing, simply click on that. Okay, and now we have gained some free memory space. We also have the RAM Plus. In here, if it's turned on, we have something which is called the virtual memory, and we can boost it up, for example, into 6 gigabytes. You can also read that when we choose more virtual memory to allow more apps to stay open in the background, choose less virtual memory to keep more storage space free. So you can pick between one of those options, and it can also help with the performance of your device. Okay, I think, yeah, in here also we have the software update. It's also good checking do you have the latest version of your software, because if you have, if you don't have the latest software update, there's a chance that your device won't be working properly, it will be lagging, so it's also worth taking a look. Do you have do you have the latest update? To do it, simply click on download and install to see do you have the update. In my case, everything is fine, so I don't need to perform any action. Okay. Another cool thing is the optimization. Thanks to that, we can select the auto restart schedule, or select restart when needed. In my opinion, restart on schedule is the best. In here we have the days of the week, and we can select that, for example, each Sunday our device will be rebooted, for example, at 5 AM. Because also during the reboot, our device rests, we can say it in that way, and it can also help with performance of our device when we restart it sometime. Okay, so just like I'm saying, selecting it, it's also worth doing. Okay, now we can go back, and also when you are using your device day to day, and you are using it for a longer period of time, you can open up the recent apps to see how many apps do you have open in the background. If you have the apps that you that are not necessary and the apps that you are not using currently, it's also worth turning them off because they are only taking your RAM, and you know, if you have many apps open in the background, your device will work a little bit slower. So have that in mind. Okay, and as the last thing, I'll show you how you can perform a reboot manually. To do it, we need to open up the power menu. We do it by clicking the power button and the volume down button. I mean, we need to hold them for like 1.5 seconds, just like that. And now simply tap on the restart, tap again to confirm it, and within a second our device will be turned on again automatically, and it will be ready to use. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix battery drain on your Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. And let's begin! So, when the Galaxy Tab is a very good tablet, it's still a light version, meaning that the battery could get some upgrades. But luckily, I can now show you how to perfectly fix any problems related to battery drain. And we can begin by simply heading into our settings. Now, inside our settings, you want to navigate into display, and here are the couple of things we want to change. The very first thing you want to change is simply screen timeout. As you can see, currently it is set to 10 minutes. Now, this means that after 10 minutes of inactivity, my screen will automatically lock itself. Only after 10 minutes, that's a very long time, and generally speaking, the bigger the amount of time here, the bigger battery usage. So, you want to simply lower that value down to, for example, 1 minute or even 30 seconds. 15 seconds is very extreme, though I do know that it can be pretty annoying. So, I would recommend 1, maximum 2 minutes. Otherwise, there's no need to put it even higher. Now, to the brightness itself. I would advise you to keep adaptive brightness disabled, because normally, when you enable it, it will automatically bump up the brightness, which you don't want. Because, well, the brightness actually uses your battery. The more brighter your device, the more battery usage. If I would go and do something like this, and like this, then you guys can barely see anything, I know, but now my battery usage is huge because there is a very big amount of power required to lighten up this entire screen, and the Galaxy Tab 10 has pretty good screen, pretty big one. So, you know, you want to disable adaptive brightness and keep your brightness levels relatively low, because if you keep them high, then battery drain will, well, keep draining. And the other part that you can fix, and I mean, well, not really fix, in order to save a little bit of battery, you can expand the control center, which I failed, which is right here, and we can simply disable the Wi-Fi. We can also disable the Bluetooth, and trust me, this thing will actually change your battery. There is now no need for your applications to constantly update themselves, because they know that, hey, we actually don't even have internet access, we can just don't care. And they don't care, they don't try to connect to Wi-Fi, they don't try to update themselves. This is especially true when related to social media apps. Like, do you know how many times a day they update themselves, they send you notifications that somebody liked your post or whatever? There's a very big amount of things going on the background on your device, and this does waste a lot of your battery. So when you disable the Wi-Fi, then you also disable all of those applications. Now, of course, I'm not saying that you should have your Wi-Fi disabled all of the time, but you should have it disabled pretty much whenever you want to save your battery. If you are in the middle of nowhere and you have 20% left, just disable this. It's not like you're going to use it anyway. And of course, this also applies to mobile data as well. And that is technically all for that video, but I want to show you one last very nice trick. Of course, the best way to save battery drain is to simply head into battery and then enable power saving. It's pretty self-explanatory, and few things will actually enable itself. You will notice that it's things like limiting the CPU speed, decreasing the brightness, which is something we talked about. Actually, set motion smoothness, I forgot to mention that, but that's okay, that's a good point, that's pretty important. We can head into display and scroll down into motion smoothness, and basically you want to set it to standard to save your battery, because by default it will actually switch between 60 and 90 Hz, which, naturally speaking, will increase the battery usage because you have 50% more frames that need to be updated per second on average, so that's not good. But technically the power saving is pretty good setting, and technically you could have it just be enabled all the time in your background, but this can be pretty annoying and this will limit few things on your device. So instead, let's set something up that will automatically turn itself whenever we are dropping, let's say, below 30%. We can do that by heading into modes and routines, and simply routines. Now I'm going to do something complicated here because routines are kind of like a programming language. It's pretty, well, for me it's pretty intuitive, but for others it may be black magic. So I would just advise you to follow up with as I am. And if you want to learn more about modes and routines, I did just record a full tutorial on that on our channel, so if you are interested in that, you can always check it out. Anyway, I will simply hit plus icon, and now we can set conditions. Our condition is of course related to battery, but instead of actually scrolling down, we can simply search for battery. So let's search battery, and of course we have battery level. As you can see, we have below or equal to our 2 or above. I will set it as below, and let's say 30. So now, whatever we put here will automatically happen whenever this condition is met, so whenever our battery drops below 30%. And of course, we want to enable power saving. As you can see, our routines are already suggesting that, so let's simply hit power saving, and let's make it on. Now we can simply hit save. We can now save the name of our routine, so I will go with reddish color, or maybe like the orange one, the battery icon, and I will set the name as low battery, and we can also add an exclamation mark, I guess, and let's simply hit done. And as you can see, we now have an automatic routine that every time whenever we drops below 30% will enable our power saving mode. And trust me, this very simple routine will extend your battery life tremendously, especially if you tend to just forget about setting it manually. And why do it manually when we can have our device doing it for us? Once again, if you are interested in in-depth tutorial for routines, you can always search for our video on that topic. And just remember that even if that routine isn't really good for you, you can always head back to it and you can edit it. So for example, let's say we want to enable our routine when we drop below 30%, not 30 or even 50. Like, you can just do it naturally. You can simply hit done, and you can simply hit you can go back, and as you can see, whenever we go back, it is now changed. So as you can see, editing that routines is extremely easy and pretty intuitive. But anyway, that's, I think, is all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. And if you have some other tips and tricks about how you can fix the battery drain on your device, you can always share them down in the comments below. Anyway, that's all for the video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, in this video I'm going to show the top 5 differences between Huawei MatePad 11.5 and Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so the Huawei is on my right side, Samsung on the left side. Let's begin with the biggest difference, I think. It's the screen and its texture, because on the Huawei we have 11.5-inch paper matte screen with 2.5K resolution, and thanks to the texture and thanks to that it's matte, it doesn't reflect that much light, just like the Samsung will. And it's, for example, it's much more comfortable to use when you're outside and when you want to use your tab in full sunlight. It will be simply easier, and it's also better, for example, for people who like to draw. It feels simply more natural to write and draw on this pad, on this Huawei. When it comes to the maximum brightness, we have the 600 nits brightness on both devices, so it's the same level, but we also have the difference in the screen refresh rate, because on the Huawei, as we go into the display and brightness and into screen refresh rate, we have up to 120 Hz refresh rate, while on the Samsung we only have 90 Hz. So again, point into the advantage of the Huawei. We have simply higher refresh rate, and of course the screen I was talking about. Okay, also let's go into the performance now, because the Huawei MatePad has 8 GB of the RAM and storage options of 120 or 256 gigabytes. Of course, they will depend in the price. And when it comes to the Samsung, we have 6 gigabytes RAM available on 120 gigabytes storage space, or 8 gigabytes of the RAM and 256 gigabytes of the storage space. And they will also, of course, there will be a difference in the price, but that's logic. But another thing into the advantage of the Samsung this time, we can insert an SD card, and we can expand our storage up to 2 terabytes of the data. So now we can get an SD card. We can simply even buy the cheaper version with 128 gigabytes of storage space, and we can insert an SD card into that device. So while on the Huawei, we don't have that possibility. We cannot insert an SD card. When it comes to the battery, it's a little bit bigger on the Huawei, because it has 10,000 battery capacity, while on the Samsung we have only 8,000. So when you are kind of person who likes to have better and bigger battery capacity, you should pick the Huawei. Okay, now let's go into the styles and the software things. On the Huawei, it supports the M Pencil, which we can use, for example, to draw, or we can even use it instead of our fingers to navigate through the device. This is how it looks like. But we need to remember that this is sold separately. So when you buy only the tab, you won't have that pen. And it also costs a little, remember about it. While on the Samsung, the S Pen is attached into your tab when you buy it, so you don't need to simply buy it separately, because it's attached into the box, and you can save a little bit of the money, because you don't need to buy the pen just like you would have to when you pick the Huawei. So again, and I will tell you that the S Pen gives a lot of fun to use, has really cool features, even the AI, even the dedicated app to use called the Pen App. In here, it's like a mine of the creativity. You can do anything in that app, create your drawings, color the current paintings, and a lot of more. So when it comes to that, it's much better on the Samsung. Okay, of course, we also have the difference in the price of those devices, but they depend also from the country where you want to buy them. So you need to simply take a look in your country how it looks like, which device. There is a chance that one of the devices might be even cheaper than the second one, but you need to find it on your own. And also another thing, the operating system, because on the Huawei, unfortunately, we don't have the Android. We have other operating system, which is called, I need to find out why, because I don't remember, the Harmony OS. Yeah, that's how it's called, the Harmony OS. And simply, it doesn't support the Android, and what comes with it, we don't have access into all of the Google services, which are really good to use, and they are so comfortable. We don't have access into the Google app. We cannot log into the Gmail. We don't have the YouTube, for example. We cannot download it from the app gallery. It's not available. I think there's a chance to bypass it and somehow download the Play Store. But if you are a kind of person who don't like, to dig into this device and do a lot of things to download one app or even try to launch it, you shouldn't even be looking at Huawei, because the Harmony OS is, in my opinion, much worse than Android, which we have on our Samsung, of course. And in here we have access into everything, all Google services, the YouTube, the Play Store, the Gmail, and all that kind of stuff. And also, in my opinion, the Galaxy AI is also better than the AI provided by the Huawei. But that's my personal opinion. But I think that a lot of people will tell you that the Samsung Galaxy AI is better. Of course, you can find the videos in the internet which compare those AIs, and you can see all of the features. From my when I was using the Samsung Tab, it's simply much better when it comes to day-to-day use. Okay, I'm wondering if there's something more that I want to tell you about, but I think that's all. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to improve battery life on Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Let's begin. So, there are a couple of things and settings you can change to extend your battery life dramatically. And the very first one is to simply head into settings, then scroll down into display and check your screen timeout. As you can see, I currently have it set up to 10 minutes, which is quite a lot. For the reference, it will take full 10 minutes for my screen to turn itself off after an activity. So, generally speaking, the bigger the number, the bigger battery usage, because in these 10 minutes, my screen will just stay on, it will stay bright, and it will waste a lot of battery. So I would advise you to just go into your screen timeout and simply set it up to something low, like 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even 30 seconds, just to increase that battery life just a little bit. Then we can head up and check our brightness bar. As you can see, currently we are set to very low brightness and no adaptive brightness on, which is very good. You want to keep adaptive brightness off, because if you enable it, you will notice that this will automatically bump up my brightness. And while on its own it's not really that bad, it's very important to note that whenever you bump up the brightness even further and further, the more battery usage increases. This is pretty self-explanatory, but basically whenever you increase the brightness, you need to lighten up this whole screen pretty hard, and that requires energy. So you want to keep your brightness level the brightness levels relatively small and adaptive brightness off, so it won't randomly bump up itself. And lastly, well, almost lastly, we want to go into motion smoothness, and you can always set it up to standard. As you can see, by default we have 19 Hz, and by default I believe we have it set up to adaptive, so it will automatically switch between 60 and 19 Hz. And I would just advise you to set it up 60% as 60 Hz, because otherwise you might just randomly increase the frame rate by 50%. And while it is a lot, I agree, it is also a lot of frames that need to be processed and need to be displayed, which also eats up your battery. And lastly, inside the display settings, we can simply switch to dark mode. This is because most screens nowadays are OLED screens, meaning that whenever you need to display a pixel, the brighter the pixel, the more energy it requires to actually display that pixel. So if we have the ratio of 90% black pixels and only 10% white pixels, well, then we do not have to worry about actually displaying those white pixels because they're only a fraction of our entire screen. I know I'm simplifying things a little bit, but basically speaking, you want to just keep that relatively small. You want to go into dark mode, you want to set motion smoothness to standard, and you also want to lower down your screen timeout. That's all for our display settings, but of course we can do so much more. First, let's head into sound, and inside sound we want to go into oh, that's actually not here. We want to go into, I want searching for vibrations. I was pretty sure they would be here. Is it here? That's interesting. Well, let's head into sound quality and effects. And that is not what I'm looking for. Huh, that's interesting. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I paused the video and I was searching for haptic vibrations because the best way to save your battery is to disable those. And actually this tablet doesn't have haptic vibrations or vibrations at all. Normally you can disable the sound but keep vibrations on, and this device doesn't have vibrations. So that, I guess, solves the issue. And technically I could end the video now, but there is one very important thing and very cool thing I want to show you. Of course, you can technically go into battery and just leave on your power saving on. You will notice that the power saving changes a couple of things, like decreases the brightness. It basically does what I already told you, but automatically. But having it on all the time is pretty annoying. So what if our power saving would be enabled automatically whenever we would drop below, let's say, 40%? Luckily for us, we can actually do that. And we can do that by heading into modes and routines and going into routines. Now, I don't want to go into too much depth into routines because there's a whole other video on that. The routines are basically very bare bones programming language inside your Samsung. It's incredibly useful, but many people find it intimidating and they just end up not using it. So for this video only, just follow up as I am to enable your power saving automatically. First, let's click the plus icon. Now let's go into if and let's enter the condition. As you can see, there are plenty of conditions here, but we can just search up manually for battery. And we have one condition being battery level, so we can go into it. And now we can head to below and let's input 40%. So now whatever I will put here, which basically is every single setting, so via this routine, we can technically enable or disable anything that we can normally access through the settings themselves and even more. So now, whatever I will put here will automatically enable or disable itself whenever that condition is met. So let's go add what this routine will do, and you will notice that the routine already detected that we had a battery level condition, and it already is suggesting to us power saving mode, which is exactly what we want to do. So let's go into power saving, let's simply hit done. And now, whenever this condition will be met, so whenever our battery drops below 40%, our power saving will automatically enable itself. And what's even cooler is that we don't really have to do anything else, because whenever our battery will drop, will actually increase after 40%, the power saving should automatically turn itself off. Now we can have a nice name for our routine. I will go with this reddish color and I will go with the battery icon. Now I will name our routine, well, let's just call it low battery from caps. Let's hit done. And as you can see, we have an automatic routine now. And of course, if you want to set it up to something different or you want to just edit it later, you can always click that. You can go into edit. You can edit its name, its icon, or its conditions. And of course, we have when routines end, and by default it will actually go back to the previous state. So this is what I told you. Whenever we'll charge up our phone, and for example we'll have 50% of our battery, then the power saving would automatically turn itself off because of this. And to be honest, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the camera tricks on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so let's launch the camera app and I'll show you the best things that we have on this device. Okay, maybe let's begin with the custom filters that we can set. If you don't know how to use it, filters are right in here when we are in the photo mode. We need to click on that icon and we can create our own filter. To do it, we need to click on that plus button and now we can select a picture to use as a filter. Simply, if you have some photos with, I don't know, cool colors in your gallery or even the screenshot, you can pick it from this list. For example, let's pick that one. That's the screenshot of my home screen. Now the AI will make a filter of it. Click on done and now the filter has been added into the whole list of all filters. So it has been successfully added. Also we can change its strength, the color temperature, the contrast and the saturation. So that's how you can create your own filter thanks to the AI. Pretty cool thing. Okay, also another cool thing is the burst shot. It's a little bit hidden. If you want to use it, you need to be in the photo mode, use 1x zoom, and you cannot have the filter applied. Now to create a burst shot, we need to click the shutter button and then swipe it into the right side and hold it. I'll show you how it works. Oh, let's try again. Oh, let's do it again. Okay, as you can see, I took around 30 photos thanks to the burst shot. Sometimes it takes a few tries because it doesn't want to detect it all the time in a good way, but simply take a few tries, and as you can see, this time it worked properly. So thanks to the burst shot, we can take up to 30 photos. We can use our camera as a machine gun and took a lot of photos. Of course, all of them are saved in here. You need to click on that number, and in here we have all of those photos. Of course, you don't need to, delete each one separately. You can simply select all items and delete them. Pretty easy. Okay, next thing is the more, and of course the Pro mode for photos and the videos. When it comes to the Pro mode, in here we can adjust things such as white balance, the exposure and the ISO. So if you're a kind of person who likes to change all the values that are possible for the perfect photo, the Pro mode is highly recommended for you. Okay, when we boost the exposure, the light boosts and the white balance works in that way, so we can get a little bit warmer colors or colors. So that's when it comes to the Pro mode. I highly recommend using it for people who like to, just like I have said, to adjust all the values possible. Same thing with the Pro Video, but it's simply the same mode but for videos. Pretty simple. Okay, of course the night mode is the best to take the photos at night. But the coolest thing are when you click on that eye icon, it's the Bixby Vision. And in here we have a lot of options. For example, we have the color detection. It will simply detect the color. Oh, my bad. what currently is on the screen. It also has the voice.
White, silver, black, 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 light grey, black, forest green,
Okay,
white, green,
so you can see that it simply detects the colors. Now the text reader. If there's some text on the screen and when you take a photo, it will start reading it. In here I have some text. I'll take a photo of it and it should start reading the text. Okay.
6:41 p.m. 31/08/2025. Rec. Intro. Pause. Outro. Remove. Mute. Speed up. 31/8/2020.
Okay, next thing is the object identifier. It recognized it as a GPS. Maybe let's try with something else. Let's point again maybe on that plant.
Plant GPS. Plant GPS.
Okay, it says plant GPS. Now let's maybe point on that one.
Hair accessory. Hair accessory. Hair accessory. Ice cream.
Sometimes it doesn't recognize properly, but of course it depends. Now let's try with the scene describer. That's the next mode. So let's take a photo of something.
Analyzing scene. A blue succulent plant in a white pot.
Oh, this time it worked just like it should. The wine mode is for wines. Currently I don't have any wines to show you. The discover mode allows you to find the to select the part of the screen and find the similar objects in the internet. So for example, in here we have links to the Pinterest with similar plants. Of course, we can open up the links and check them. Next thing is the text. Again, I need to find some text, so let me quickly take a photo. Okay. And it's simply selecting the text which is on the screen. Now, also you can tap the highlighted text, for example, to copy it, share with it, or we can click on select all, and it will select all the text which is on this photo. We can copy with it, we can copy it or share with it. And the translate option works in that way that it detects the text. And now we need to click on into what language we want to translate. So let's say we want to translate into, for example, the Finnish. And as you take a look, the words has been translated into the Finnish language. So that's how it mode works. Alright, and that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the home screen tricks on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so first let's open up the settings in here, and on the left side let's scroll down a little until we find the home screen settings. And now, in here, for example, we can adjust the icon, the app size. Yeah, the app size. My bad. In here we have 3 positions. Currently it's on the middle. When we go to the right side, we will have the biggest icons, and when we go to the left side, we'll have the smallest. You can also enable or disable the app labels, and also we can turn on the widget labels. Below, we have the home screen layout. We have home and app screens or home screen only. We can choose between one of those 2 modes. It's up to you. If you want to change, simply select the other one and click on apply. Another thing is changing the home screen grid. We have two modes. It can be 8:6 or 10:6. And here you can see a difference, how it looks like when it comes to the different modes. So simply 10:6 is simply bigger. To change it, simply click on that and click on done. But I'll stick to the 8.6 because in my opinion it simply looks better and it's more comfortable to use for me. Same thing is the apps screen grid. And in here also we have the 10:6 and you can change it if you want. Same thing, simply click on done and it will be saved. Now we have option to add media page to our home screen. You can pick the Samsung News or the Google Discover. If you don't know where to find them, when you are on your home screen, simply slide to the left side, and here you have those articles and those news. And here you have a whole list. Okay. And now we can enable to show apps screen button to a home screen. If you want, you can adjust all of those settings in here to your own preferences. For example, you can add new apps to the home screen. Simply turn it on and they will now appear. You can also hide apps and home and app screens. To do it, simply click on that and now select the app that you want to hide. So for example, let's hide the Asphalt game. For example, click on done on the top right corner, and now this app was in here, but currently it's simply hidden. If you want to go back to it to again see it, go back into the settings, go into the hide apps and simply unselect it, click on done and it should appear again on our home screen. Yeah, here it is in the app drawer. So it's currently again back. Okay, again, let's go into the settings. If you want, you can also enable to show the app icon badges. It can be number or the dot. We have those two styles. And below we have swipe down for notification panel. Open notification panel by swiping down anywhere on the home screen. So now it's done. And now when I'll slide, the app drawer opens. I perform that move anywhere on the screen and the app drawer still launches. When I'll turn it off, it won't work that way. Okay, now let's perform that kind of move. I don't know how to call it. It's like you would be minimalizing when you zoom photo. That's how you zoom out. I mean, by using that gesture. So thanks to that, when we perform it, when we slide on our screen, this menu appears. And in here, for example, we can change the screens in there in the line. So for example, when this screen was first in the order, now it's the second because I have simply changed the screen's order, and now I did it again. Okay, in here you can also click on wallpaper and style and you can quickly change the wallpapers and for example also the color palette. And when you click on the color palette and when you enable it, you can see how everything has changed. You can also enable to apply palette to app icons, and when you hit on apply, wait until it loads. Okay, and here you can see that the color palette has been set, and for example the gaming app store, Play Store applied those colors for their icons, and this is how it looks like. Basically almost all apps are using the system colors right now, except on the Asphalt game, because like it's the game that I have downloaded from the Play Store and it's not available and it doesn't want to work with it. If you want to do it again, to change it, click on wallpaper and style, color palette, and simply turn it off and it will be back. Hit on apply, wait until it loads, and now it's back in the normal mode. Back into the wallpaper and style. In here you can, just like I was saying, you can quickly change the wallpapers. In here you have a list. Okay, and now the best thing, which are the widgets. So click on the widgets, and in here we have a whole list of apps of which we can create a widget. The number which is next to each app tells us how many widget styles we have. So for example, for the Google we have 5. In here we have a list. Simply pick the style that you want. Of course, that depends on their size. And to create, for example, a widget like that, 3-on-3, you need to have enough space on your home screen to create that widget and to place it. So for example, let's click on that, click on add, and you can of course change the position of your widget on the home screen. Simply hold on the widget and you can hold it and place anywhere that you want, just like that. If you want to delete it, again, hold on it and you can remove it, or you can also create a stack of the widgets. Select your widget, click on create stack, and in here select again a widget to create a stack. So for example, let's select that one, click on add, and now we have stack of the widgets which we can slide and change those widgets. In below, as you slide, we can see those small dots, and they are showing how many widgets we have in this stack. We can also click on edit. Let's add, for example, another one from Gmail. Select it, click on add. Oh, actually, it didn't want to. It didn't create it. So let's try maybe with the Chrome. Click on add. Okay, and now it appeared. Of course, sometimes it depends on the size of the widgets, because they might don't want to work. So you should, when you are using the stacks of the widgets, you should use the same size of those widgets. And then the stack should create without any problems. Alright, and that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Hello, in front of me I have Huawei MatePad 11.5 and Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite, and in this video we're going to compare cameras of those devices. Okay, so let's begin. First, let's open up the camera apps. And let's maybe begin with the maximum zoom that we have on both devices. So when it comes to the Huawei, the maximum zoom is 5x, while on the Samsung we have 4x. So it's a little bit less. Next thing is the possibility to change the filters. On Samsung they are right in here under this icon, and on Huawei they are right in here on the top. Let's begin with the Huawei. In here we have a list of the filters that we have on this device. We unfortunately we cannot change them. I mean, we cannot adjust the already existing filter, while on the Samsung we have a list of all all filters. We can adjust each filter into our own preferences. For example, we can change the color, temperature, saturation, contrast, and the strength. Pretty cool thing. Into the advantage of Samsung. We can also download the filters when we click on that icon, and in here we can download them. In here we have a list of the camera filters that you can download. Also, another cool thing which is allowed only on Samsung, and it's based on thanks to the Samsung Galaxy features. When we scroll down and when we click on that plus button, we have possibility to create a new photo. I mean, a new filter based on the picture that we will just pick. We just need to simply select the picture from the our gallery. Now the AI will convert it. Convert the colors that it can see on the photo to use as a filter, and you can now see that it appeared on the list of features on the filters, and we can also adjust it. We can change the strength, color, temperature, and other things. So that's the cool thing on the Samsung. When it comes to the video, On both devices, the maximum resolution is full HD and 30 FPS. We cannot go higher than this. Same thing on the Huawei. As we go into more, we can see that on the Samsung we have simply more modes than on the Huawei. For example, we have the Pro mode and the Pro Video, which allows us to, for example, change the ISO, white balance, and the exposure in the video and also in the photo. We have two modes. One is for the normal photos. Second is for adjusting those values into the video. Unfortunately, on Huawei we don't have that feature. We also have the single take, night mode, food, panorama, and the hyperlapse. Okay, also when we click on Samsung into that eye icon, we can see the Bixby Vision. We need to click on the settings and give a permission. Okay, and now it should work. Yeah, and we have things such as text reader, call detection, object identifier, scene describer, wine, discover, text, and translate. So in here we have a lot of hidden modes that are available only on the Samsung thanks to the Bixby Vision feature. For example, I can show you how it works. We have the object identifier now. When I point the camera, for example, into that plant, it should detect it as a... actually, I'll show you. So let's enable it. Currently it says hair accessory, but now it's identifying it as a plant, and that's actually true. We also have the color detection. You can see how it works. So thanks to the Bixby Vision we can use all of that features which are not available on the Huawei. We need to remember about it. Also, when we open up the settings on both devices, we can select the timer and also the video resolutions. Same thing, of course, with the assistive grid. In here, we need to open it up in here, and we can set it under the shooting methods. Or no, actually not in here, but I'm sure that we can change and select the assistive grid, or maybe I'm wrong. I just need to find it. Yeah, composition guide, and now we can select the grid lines just like on the Huawei. So it's also available. Another cool thing that we have on the Samsung is the burst mode. When we want to use it, we need to be in the photo mode, and now to take a burst shot, we need to turn off the filters first, because when it's on it won't work. And now we need to have good light conditions, and now when I'll hold and slide the shutter button into the right side, I'll take a burst shot. And thanks to that I can take up to 30 photos, one after another. Pretty cool thing. This is also not available on the Huawei, unfortunately. And when it comes to the quality of photos, let me show you. But when it comes to the features, in my opinion, they're much more interesting on the Samsung when it comes to that. Let me open up the gallery. I'll show you a few photos that I have taken, then I'll also show you also the video. So in here we have the photo. Actually, let me download this update. Okay. Now we have photos on each tab. On the right side, of course, we have the Samsung, and on the left side we have the photo taken on the Huawei. That's the 1x zoom. And we can see a big difference when it comes to the quality of this photo. Simply on Samsung it looks much better. We have better colors, better lighting, and it simply looks more real than this one. This looks, I would say, poor and sad. Also when it comes to the color palette. That's the photo taken with the 2x zoom. That's how it looks like. You can now compare the quality of both photos to each other. That's the 3x zoom on both devices. In here, actually, I would say that those photos look pretty similar to each other when it comes to the 3x zoom, and I could even suggest that on the Huawei it looks a little bit better when it comes to the 3x zoom. Next thing is the photo taken with the 4x zoom. As you can see, it's really blurred on both devices actually. So when it comes to the quality, for me it's the same, and it's not the best, but you know, we don't have high megapixel cameras on both devices. Okay, that's the panorama mode that I have used for this photo. So I simply took a wide photo. You can take a look into the level of the details. In here, I think that I have also done it. Yep. Okay. In here is the panel. Actually, let me slide at the same time. I'll zoom in on both devices. First, let's begin with the UI. You can take a look on the level of the details and say for yourself on which device it simply looks better to you. On both cameras it actually looks pretty blurred. Just like I was saying, we don't have the best cameras on those devices, but it's still cool that we even have them. Okay. So that's how it looks like when it comes to the panorama mode. In here I also took a photo of a tree next to it. That was also the 1x zoom. And in here again, for me, the Samsung is definitely better when it comes to the normal zoom and the 2x zoom. The photos look simply in the best way. You can compare those photos to each other right now. Okay. And now I have also took a quick video. I will play it on both devices, and you will be able to see for yourself which one is looks better to you. Okay, so now let's play. On both cases, it's a 1080p resolution and 30 FPS. Okay, so for me, definitely the Samsung is better when it comes to that. The screen isn't shaking that much, while just like on the Huawei. Also, the quality isn't the best, I would say. So for me, when it also comes to the video, the Samsung is definitely on the winning position. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the security tricks on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, let's begin with opening up our settings. Once we are here, let's scroll down until we find Security and Privacy. And let's begin with setting up a lock screen, because like it's the key of our security level, and having it enabled is a must-have. So select the lock screen first, and we have three types of the password. It can be pattern, a password, or the PIN. I'll show you an example of the pattern. Now 9 dots appeared on the screen, and now we can create our password. Remember that you need to connect at least 4 dots, and have in mind that if you forget your password, you'll be forced to reset your tablet, and because of that, your whole data will be erased from your device. So create a pattern or a password that you'll remember. So now create your pattern. If you want to try again, simply click on retry. If you have drawn a pattern that you want, click on continue. Now redraw it to confirm. And now our lock screen has been successfully set. Also, if you want, you can enable the face recognition as an extra security feature. Click on continue. Now click on register, and now all you need to do is to place your face inside of that frame, and you need to wait until it gets to 100%. Thanks to that, your face will be saved and it will be available to unlock as an unlocking method of your tablet. But you need to have in mind that there's a chance that if someone will want to use, for example, a photo of yours to unlock the device, there's a chance that the camera will detect it as your true face, and the tablet might get unlocked. So face recognition is up to you. Okay, now we can go back from here and let's go into the account security right now. Let's click on the Samsung account security first to see if there's something to do. If you have some suspicious activity, for example, in here I have a new sign-ins, but in my case I was logging in, so I know that everything is fine. If there's something wrong, simply follow the instruction on the screen to solve the problem. For now, as you can see, everything is fine, so there's no need to do anything. Now let's go into the Google account security to also see if there's some suspicious activity. Okay, and in here also everything is fine, so we don't need to do anything. We can go back. Okay, next thing is the lost device protection, pretty cool thing. And now we have the Find My Mobile feature. Simply click on that. It is really worth having this feature enabled, so make sure it's turned on. Thanks to that, when we open the Samsung Find app, we will be able to see the location of our Samsung. For example, when someone will steal it or when we will lose it, we will still have its location, so we'll be able to locate it. Pretty cool thing. If you want, you can also enable to send its last location. It's really worth having it enabled. Now we can go back into the app security. And for example, in my case, the app protection isn't enabled yet, so let's click on that and let's click on turn on. Okay, currently no threats found. From time to time, you can also take a look in here and perform a scan in search of potential threats. So wait until the scanning process is done. Okay, no threats detected, so we don't need to do anything. If the app finds something, simply follow the instruction on the screen to solve the problem. Same thing with the Google Play Protect. We can click on that to see if everything is fine. As you can see, no harmful apps found. The last scan was 5 minutes ago, but we can also sometimes manually click the scan to see if everything is fine. If everything is okay, we can go back. And that's all when it comes to the app security. Same thing is with the updates. It's always worth having the latest version of our software. So let's click on the security update to see if there's something to do. In my case, everything is up to date, so I don't need to download anything. If you have a possibility to download, simply install the update. Now let's go to the Google Play system update to see if there is something to do. And actually, in my case, I have an update that I can download. All we need to do now is to hit on download and install. I won't do it right now because I have other things to show you, but keep in mind that if you have that possibility to download, you should do this as soon as possible. You can also read that our device might restart to complete the update. Okay. That's all when it comes to the normal security features. Now let's scroll down. We can also take a look in the security status of our devices. The Knox matrix, because that's how this feature is called, is protecting our device. As you can see, no threats found. So everything is fine in here. Of course, if something will be wrong, simply follow the instruction on the screen. Now we can go into the more security settings. And in here, for example, we can secure our Wi-Fi. Simply click on that, click on continue, continue once again. And we can turn on the protection feature. In here you can also read that. We can turn on auto protect Wi-Fi to get protection whenever you connect to insecure networks or networks in public places. It is also worth turning it on. So let's click on that. We can click on allow all the time. Select it right in here. And now everything is set. And now click on agree and allow. And now the auto protect Wi-Fi feature is enabled in the, for example, when it comes to the public networks. We can also protect our current Wi-Fi that we are connected to. To do it, simply click on the protect button. Just like that. Now we have the maximum security level when it comes to our Wi-Fi and our connection. Another cool thing is the SIM card security. We can lock it up, but it requires our SIM card. Currently, in my case, it's not plugged in, so I can't show you that. But if you have your SIM card inserted, you can always open up this feature and read for yourself what this feature provides. Okay, another cool thing is the secure folder. It's right in here. Click on continue. Okay, and now we can add the apps into our secure folder, which is secured by our password. So if you want an extra security level of your apps, if you don't want some unwanted people to open up your private apps, your social media or something like that, you can create a secure folder just like me. So let's wait until it's done. It's still being created, so let's wait. Okay, now it's made. Now we need to select the type of lock screen that we want to use. I'll use the pattern. And now again, select your pattern or password, create it, click on confirm. We can, for example, enable the lock reset with Samsung account. It's really worth turning it on. Now click on next. And now we can secure our apps. If you want to add something into the secure folder, simply click on the plus button. And in here we have a list of all apps on our device that we can add. So for example, we can add the Spotify. Now click on add. And it should appear right in here, but I don't know why it doesn't want to appear. So maybe let's try with the YouTube. Okay, it has appeared, but with a little delay. And now our apps are secured in the safe folder. But as you can see, they are still available on the home screen. So as an extra thing, you can always remove the app from the home screen. Simply click on remove. And now as we open the security folder, it's under more apps. As you perform a sliding move to the app drawer, it's in here. And now in here our YouTube is still protected. Okay, Let me open up the settings once again, but I think that's all that I have wanted to show you. Okay. Okay, it's also worth to open the more security settings once again and check the Android safe browsing. But currently we don't have any supported apps, but simply make sure that it's on. Because it will alert us if there will be some security threats like harmful links and web pages when you browse within supported apps. For example, you might get an alert if you tap on a link in your news app that would take you to known phishing site. Alright, and that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show the productivity tricks on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so first, maybe let's begin with the split screen mode, which allows us to open up two apps at the same time, split the screen perfectly in half, and on the one side we'll have first app, on the second half we'll have the second app. And thanks to that, it's really good for multitasking and for the productivity, because it allows us to have, two apps open at the same time. We don't need to, open up the recent apps and to jump between them when we want to do something in one of those apps. We can simply open them up at the same time. To do it, we have few ways how we can launch the split view. We can first let's open first app. Now let's open the second one, and now we can open up the recent apps from here, and when you hold on one of the apps, now we can place it right in here, or in this orientation. It's up to you. I'll pick that one. Now select the second app, for example, the notes that I have just opened, and now you can see that both apps are opened at the same time. Browser is on the left, notes are on the right, and I can easily use both apps at the same time. For example, even with my two fingers on using my left hand, I can, for example, scroll the Wikipedia, and on the right I can take notes, draw something, and do many more. Of course, we can also change the sides of those apps. We can save this layout. We can save this split screen as a shortcut, and we will have quick access to it. When you click on those dots right in here and click on that star, we can it's called the app pair, my bad. We can add app pair to taskbar, home screen, or the apps edge panel. Let's say we add it to the home screen, and the last thing is changing the orientation in that way that I was showing you before, how you can place your apps. And now the shortcut for the app pair has been created. I simply click on that and they quickly open. Also pretty cool thing. So that's how the split screen mode works. We can also use the sidebar. In here we have a list of apps, and we can also drag them out and place them to open in the split screen. Okay. Another cool thing is, of course, the sidebar. In here we can adjust it into our own preferences. For me it's the best because in here I have quick access into all apps that I'm using all the time. Of course, if you want to add another one, simply pick it from the list and it will appear right in here. Okay, now we can open up the settings, find the advanced features, now the multi-window. I have shown you the split screen. We can also enable the swipe option. In here we have a preview how you can do it, so you need to perform something like that, and in here the list also appears. So one way is through the recent settings that I was showing you before, and that's the second. But if you want to use it, you need to launch it first in the advanced features, right in here that I have just shown you. Okay, now the second thing is the pop-up view. Enable swipe for pop-up view, and to launch the app in the pop-up view, first launch the app normally, for example the browser, and now slide from the top right corner. Now we can select the size of our floating window, how big we want it or how small. Let's say we want this size, release, and you can see that it appeared in the floating window. Of course, we can adjust, we can place it anywhere we want on the home screen, and we can still use other apps. So it's really cool. For example, we can, again, let's go with the notes. So we can create notes, and we can still surf the internet and do other stuff. So it's also really cool for the productivity and the multitasking. If you click on this blue bar, if you click on the first icon, it will go. Oh no, it simply hides this blue bar that was right in here. And next thing is possibility to open the split screen mode from the floating window. Now we need to select the second app. Also, I need to open up the floating window. Okay. Next thing is minimalizing it, maximizing it, or simply closing the app. Pretty simple. Okay, that's when it comes to the floating windows. Really cool thing. In here we can also enable the full screen in a split screen view. Of course, you can adjust it into your own preferences. Okay, another cool thing is the Bixby, which is the AI. And it really can help. Because, for example, we don't need to do some things on our own. We don't need to do them manually. We can simply give AI the task, and it will do it for us. To launch the Bixby, we have two options. Let's go into the settings. Let's go to the advanced ones. Now select the Bixby. We can enable the voice registration, so we'll be able to launch the Bixby by saying a voice command. Simply select the voice registration, select voice wake up, and we need to record your voice also. Or we can enable the side button settings. Select long press and make sure that the Bixby is selected. So we have two ways how we can launch our AI assistant. So let me show you a few commands that we can do, that we can give to the AI. Let's say we need to set a reminder to do something. Let's say clean up the house. We don't need to do this manually. We can simply give AI a task to do it for us. So I'll use the voice command to launch the Bixby, and I'll give him a task. Hi Bixby, set a reminder to clean up a house tomorrow at 3 p.m. Okay, my bad. First we need to give reminder the permission, so we can also open the reminder app using our voice command. Open reminder app.
To do that, give reminder permission.
Open reminder app. Okay. Click on continue. Now we have permission for the reminders. As you can see, currently I have 0 reminders, and I will set a new one using the AI. So again, hi Bixby, set a reminder to clean up the house at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Your reminder saved.
Okay, due to AI, it has been saved. Let's open up the reminder app. It appeared, and as you can see, clean up the house, 3 p.m. Everything has been successfully set. Now, maybe the second thing, we can say the AI to search something up in the internet. What do we want to know? Let's say open the Wikipedia app. That's an example, of course. Hi Bixby. Open a Wikipedia app.
I couldn't find that on your device, but this is what I found online.
Okay, as you can see, the Wikipedia has been successfully launched. That were two examples how you can use the Bixby. Of course, there are a lot of more things that you can do with it, but I'll leave it to you to find out for yourself. Okay, and next thing that I don't want to forget about, okay, yeah, is the Galaxy AI. For example, the object eraser that we can use in the gallery, and it can help us to erase the things from the photos that we don't want to have them simply. So, open up gallery. Let's pick that photo, for example, and let's say we want to remove this mousepad from this photo because it doesn't fit us. Click on that icon when you are in this mode. Click on object eraser, and now select the thing that you want to delete. Okay, now it identified the shape of the mousepad, and now click on erase. Boom, it magically disappeared. We can click on save, save as copy, and everything has been successfully saved and the mousepad has been removed. So it works really, really cool. Of course, we have other also AI features, but this one is my favorite. If you want to know all the features, open up the settings, find advanced features, click on intelligent features, and here you have all of the features available. Okay, and the last thing is the S Pen, which allows us to create notes in so comfortable way that I cannot even explain it. You just need to feel it. It's attached with the tab. You don't need to pay extra for it, so it's pretty nice. And thank you, Samsung, for that. Now let's open up the Notes app. Let's create a new one, and it allows us to create handwriting notes, which is really cool because for some people it might be more comfortable to create notes manually, just like they would in a normal notepad. So as you can see, everything works. As you can see, taking notes is really simple and really comfortable. If you want to use the eraser, you don't need to manually click right in here. Simply hold this button, which is on the pen, hold it, and we can easily erase our drawings and notes. Of course, we have also dedicated apps strict for only for painting and for drawing. We have the Pen app. If you open it, in here you have a whole list of things that you can do. For example, we can color the scratches. In here we can see that I was playing with it, and I have, for example, colored this scratch on my own. So it's pretty cool. The Samsung Pen, of course, gives us a lot of things that can boost the comfort of usage. The pen is of course best for taking notes and drawings. If you're a kind of person who likes to draw, the S Pen, using it is a must-have, and I really suggest you should start using it. Alright, and that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Hello, in this video we're going to perform a speed test between Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite and Huawei MatePad 11.5. Okay, so basically we're going to check the time and the difference in opening the apps. I'm going to open a few of those apps to see on which device they open faster. Also, then we're going to perform a simple reboot. I'll do it twice, just to make sure that the result is accurate. We'll see which device reboots faster. Also, I'm going to open up then the split view to see on which device it's more comfortable to launch. And then we're also going to launch the benchmark. Okay, so let's begin. Maybe let's try with opening some system apps first. So let's begin with the settings. Let's see on which device it will launch faster. Okay, I think it was a little bit faster on the Samsung, but it wasn't a big difference. Let's try again, just to make sure. Okay, and this time I think it was pretty similar to each other. And now let's try how fast it will be when the apps are opened in the reset apps, because this time it should be faster. So let's try again. Okay, for me, no difference. They open at the same time. Let's try with another app. This time maybe the camera app. Okay, again, I think it was pretty similar. Let's try once again. No, actually, here the screen rotated. Okay, now it should be fine. Let's try again. Okay, again, for me, no difference when it comes to that. Another app. Let's launch the default browser first. On Samsung we have the Samsung browser, and here we have simply, I don't know actually how it's called. I think it's simply called the browser. So let's launch both apps. Okay, again, the time is pretty similar to each other. Let's launch again. And this time when the apps are open in the background, again, we don't have big differences. So for me, it's not a big deal. Okay, now let's try to launch some apps in the split screen, and let's see in which device it's more comfortable and faster to launch those apps. So how we open up the apps in the split screen on the Samsung? We need to open up the recent apps and now simply hold and quickly drop it, and you can in a pretty fast way open both apps in the split view. When it comes to the Huawei, it's a little bit different and more complicated, because if you want to open the app in the split view, we need to again open up the recent apps, grab on it, and grab the app. Oh no, my bad. Open up the app. Now slide from the downside into top left corner, and then it also quickly opens. Now we can manually select the second app. But as you can see, some of the apps doesn't support the split view. So you just need to tell for yourself on which device it's more comfortable and faster, because for example, when we open up some of the apps in the split view on the Samsung, in here we have a list of supported apps, while on the Huawei, when we open up one of the apps, we need to manually select and pick it. For me, it's a little bit more comfortable on the Samsung, because you know we have this whole list and we can quickly find our app, while on the Huawei we need to manually. We don't have that list. For me, it pretty helps when it comes to that. So maybe a little advantage advantage into the Samsung. And now next thing, let's try how the browser works, and let's try its speed. Let's open up the normal, the home page on both apps. Let's close all of other things. Now let's try to launch, for example, the Amazon on both devices, and let's try on which device it will load faster. Just to tell you, I am connected into the same Wi-Fi, so I'm just telling you so we can know it. So let's launch the Amazon. Okay, when it comes to that, it was faster on the Samsung. Now maybe let's try to open another app and another page, and maybe that one. Okay. Okay, now we had a pretty big difference into the advantage of the Samsung. So when it comes to that, the pages are launching simply faster on the Samsung browser than on the browser that is default one on this Huawei. Let's launch the last app. I don't know what it can be. Maybe the booking. Okay, and again, the winner in this category is the Samsung. When it comes to that. Okay, now let's perform a benchmark to see the results. I'll use the Geekbench 6 app for this test. Let's launch it. When it comes to the Huawei, actually I had to download it from the browser because it's not available on the in the app gallery. And you can also see that we have some mistakes. That, for example, in here we have the Android, the operating system Android 12, while we don't even have Android on our Huawei. But I think that won't. I hope that it won't affect into the final result. So let's launch the CPU and also the GPU benchmark, and let's compare the values. So now I will run the tests, and I'll see you once it's finished. Okay, so I'm back with the results, and let's begin and let's compare them. So on the Samsung we have the single core score on a level of 1016 points. The multi-core score is 2966. While on the Huawei we have 1335 and 3687. So when it comes to the benchmark, the Huawei is on the winning position. It has a bigger single core score and the higher multi-core score. As we scroll down, we can see some information about the CPU and also the memory information. We can see that the memory size is bigger than on the Samsung. And we can also take a look on the cores and the clusters on both devices. How it looks like. So we can now take a look. Below we also have another values for the single core performance. We have the integer score and the floating point score. On Samsung we have 10,047 and 961 for the integer score and the floating. While on the Huawei we have 1356 and 1297. So when it comes to the benchmark and the benchmark results, the Huawei is on the winning position. Now let's scroll down. In here we can see some information about the file compression, for example, and other things. So we can take a look. Below we have the multi-core performance. Okay, and again we have the interior score and the floating point score. On the Samsung we have 2909 and 3075. While on the Huawei we have 3601 and 3851. So again, when it comes to that, the Huawei is on the winning position. You can also take a look on those charts and the values below to see for yourself. Okay, that's how it looks like. That was the CPU benchmark. Let's run the GPU right now. In here again you can take a look on the information, for example the GPU, the resolution and the display PPI. Let's run the tests, and again I'll see you once everything is done, when we have our results. Okay, we have the results for the GPU benchmark, and we can notice that in this test the Samsung is actually on the winning position. We have advantage like of 800 points, so when it comes to the GPU benchmark, the Samsung wins. Okay, I'll scroll down to the bottom so you can see some other information that was talking before. And I think now we can close the this apps, and let's perform the reboot I was talking before. So let's launch the power menu on both devices. I just need to give me a second because on Samsung we need to tap like that, and now let's tap at the same time. We are going to perform this test twice, and we will see which device restarts faster. So let's tap and let's wait, and let's see which device will reboot faster. Okay, we already have the Samsung logo. It appeared a little bit faster than the Huawei. And let's see which device will be responsive faster. Okay, when it comes to that, the Huawei is already ready to use. We can do our stuff while the Samsung is still loading. Okay, I didn't notice how many seconds it took to launch it, but let's perform this test again. Just like I was saying, you can already see that even on the Samsung the app are still loading, so device might lag a little bit, but when we have performed the first reboot, the Huawei was definitely a winner. Now I'm going to perform this test again, and we will see which device reboots faster. Okay, give me a second because some of the app launched in the background. That's okay. Let's launch the power menus. Okay, let's select the restart. Let's tap and let's see which device restarts faster. I think that Huawei will be again a winner. But this time I will also count how many seconds it was faster. Okay, so from my counting, it seems like the Huawei was around 11 to 12 seconds faster than the Samsung. So when it comes to rebooting, the Huawei is on the winning position. Alright, and that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the best AI features you should know on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so let's begin with the Bixby and a few things that we can do thanks to it. And because we can give him tasks by simply using our voice, and he will do what we will say. So for example, let's try to remotely set an alarm for tomorrow. That's an example. Of course, we can also name it. We'll simply tell the AI to name it as we want. So let's say we want to set an alarm at 7 p.m. tomorrow to do, I don't know, do the groceries. That's an example. Now, how to launch the Bixby, because that's also important. It works in the best way when it's on the shortcut on the power button, but first we need to set it. So let's hold the power button and the volume down button for a little. Just like that. No, damn. Sometimes it doesn't work as it should. Okay. And now click on side button settings and select the long press for a Bixby. Simply make sure it's enabled. Okay. Also, if you want, you can enable to launch the Gemini by the voice. Oh, you can already see that. That's a recommendation from the Bixby how you can use it. So let's launch it up, just like I was saying, and let's set an alarm. Set an alarm at 7 p.m. tomorrow and name it Do the Groceries.
Your Do the Groceries alarm for tomorrow at 7 p.m. will go off in 22 hours 21 minutes.
Alright, so due to AI, the alarm has been set, but let's make sure by simply opening up the clock app. And as you take a look, the alarm has been successfully set, so AI did its job and everything went fine. Of course, that's an example how you can use the Bixby for your day-to-day use. I was showing you an example. You can try it on your own, but it works pretty nice and it's really comfortable. Okay, next thing is the AI search and many other things that we have on this device. Let me show you all features that are really cool. Let's open up the settings, scroll down, find advanced features and the intelligent features. And in here we have all of them. It's the object eraser, edit suggestions, custom filters, AI select, and read aloud. Let's begin with the object eraser. We can use it when we open up the gallery and when we open one of the photos in that gallery. So thanks to that, we'll be able to erase the object that we don't want to have on our photo. It looks pretty cool and works pretty nice. Let me show you how we can use it. So let's open up the gallery. Now pick the photos that you want. In here, for example, I took that one, and let's say that from this photo we want to erase this logo. So to do it, we need to click on that icon, those stars. Simply click on that, wait a little, and now we have the object eraser. Okay, and now we can erase also the shadows and also erase the reflections. But let's keep on erasing this logo. Simply select it. You can use your finger, but currently I'm using the dedicated S Pen because it's really comfortable to use. So select the object that you want to erase. You can now see that it has been selected, and now simply click on erase right in here on the right side, and boom, it magically disappeared. Pretty cool thing. If you want to save the photo, click on the top right corner. You can save it as an old photo or save it as a copy. Okay, so that's the original photo. Here's the original photo, and here's the photo where we have erased this piece of this logo, basically. So that's how this option works. Okay, back into the settings. Okay, and we have below edit suggestions. In here you can see how it works, and thanks to that we will have and suggestions what we can do with our photos. So let's open up the gallery once again. Let's select the photo, and again, basically that's the icon that the instruction was telling us. From here, again, we can open up the object eraser, or we can, for example, remaster the photo. Okay, and now we can see the difference. We can also slide to see the changes. Currently, I don't see those changes, but actually, no, we have better colors, because when I'm sliding, I can see a little difference in the color. And actually, I would tell that after the enchanting, the photo simply looks better. If you want to save the copy, click on that button. Pretty simple. Okay, next thing is the custom filters. To do it, we need to open up our camera app, use the normal photo mode, and in here we have the filters. And if you want to add a custom filter, simply click on that plus button, and now select picture to use as a filter. So for example, let's use that filter, and now it will be applied. You can already see that the colors has changed thanks to the filter. If you want to save it, click on done, and now we have our custom filter, which we can also adjust. We can change the strength, color temperature, contrast, and the saturation. Alright, back into the settings. Now, another thing is the AI select. Now, when we use the AI select, it shows us what we can do with the part of the screen that we have just selected. So maybe let's launch a browser, and let's launch the AI select. To do it, let's open up the edge bar. It's right in here, and the first option is the AI select. Okay, now we need to tap or draw something around. So let's say we will select this part of the screen. Okay, and now we have our AI suggestions. We can, when we click right in here, we can select the text to copy it. When you click on the website, it will search for those things in other page. When you click on Set as Wallpaper, this part of the screen will be set as a wallpaper. Pretty easy. When you click on those three dots, you can create a GIF, for example, from this part of the screen that you have just selected. Maybe it won't work as a GIF because I have selected the part where we have only apps, but I'll leave it to you to find out how this feature works. When you click on that icon, this part of the screen gets maximized, and in here we can draw something on this part of the screen. We can use the rubber, we can share with this picture, or we can download it into our phone. I'll show you how we can draw on it. And that's how you can use this mode. Now we can save this, and it has been transferred into our gallery thanks to it. So that's how the AI select works. Of course, thanks to it, you can also search for the things in the internet and many other things. Back into the intelligent features. Also, if you click on the AI select in here, you can see a list of things that you can do. Okay, and the last thing from the intelligent features that is provided in the Samsung is the read aloud feature. Okay. Now, if you want to use a read aloud, it's going to basically read the text that is written on the page. But if you want to use this feature, you need to use the Samsung browser. It will only work in this app. If you want, you can install other voice data. In here we have a list of languages that are supported. If you want to download it, simply click on that icon, which is next to each language. When you click on the voice styles, you can also change them. They are right in here. Okay, so let's try how this mode actually works. Let's launch our Samsung browser. Now let's launch some page with the text. So let it be BBC News. That's an example. Click on I agree. For example, let's start from here. Okay, and now to use read aloud, click on that icon right in here and click on read aloud.
European leaders outraged after Russia.
Maybe let's actually change the page. Actually, let's open up for example, this shop. It's in the Polish language, but I'll show you that it actually works. Click on accept, select read aloud. But in here it doesn't want to work because we don't have the Polish language. It requires downloading, but I'll download it quickly to show you that it actually works. Okay, now it should work. Back into our browser. Let's try again.
Sklepy. Na tysiące produktów. Sprawdź oferty na ostatnie sztuki. I do listopada nie płacisz. Promocje i inne. 5. produkt nawet za 1 zł. Wybierz lodówkę do Twojej kuchni. Znajdź sprzęt dopasowany do Ciebie. Sprawdź szczegóły. Hity dnia. Zyskaj 100 zł. Premiera Huawei. Syrop za 1 zł. 11 lat Roborock. Na karcie podarunkowej euro przy zakupie nowego Xiaomi Redmi 15C.
Okay, that's enough. So you can see that it basically reads the whole text that is on this page. Of course, it also depends from the language. In some of the pages, when there is no English, you will have to download the language, just like in the way that I have shown you. Okay, we can close it. And the last thing that I'm about to show you is AI suggestion for finding in the gallery. And what I mean, when you click on the search icon and when you click on the search bar, when you click and when you type the first letter of what you want to search, for example, you type the F and it appears as a furniture. So it's basically giving us suggestions what we want to find on our device. Maybe when I'll type O, as you can see, we have suggestions, for example, for objects, office supplies, and as you can see, we have a photo that fits into the description that we have just selected for the AI search. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in this video I'm going to show the best AI features that you might didn't know about on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so let's begin. Let's begin with the Bixby, which is the Samsung's AI, and it works pretty nice. And I'll show you what things can we do thanks to the Bixby, because it can really boost and improve our level of the productivity, or actually, let's call it in that way, that AI can do the things for us, the things that we don't need to do manually. So let's say that we want to set an alarm at tomorrow at 6 p.m. because we need to do the laundry. We don't need to set this alarm manually though, we can simply ask the AI to do it for us. And now, how to launch the Bixby? First, we have two methods. We can use the voice command, or we can use the power button to launch it. If you want to use the power button, first hold the power button and the volume down button for around 1.5 seconds until the power menu appears. Now click on side button settings, select the long press, and select the Bixby. Okay, but also we can use a voice command how to launch the Bixby. But before the first use of this feature, we will have to register our voice. I can also show you that process so you will know how to do it. So simply say, "Hey Bixby, hey Bixby, hey Bixby." Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't want to work. "Hey Bixby." Oh, come on. Maybe it's because of the settings, and actually, let's type manually the Bixby. Bixby settings. Okay, now it won't. Now it launched. Because I was telling when I was testing it, I was just saying "Hey Bixby" and it worked. But now, of course, it didn't want to. Let's click on next to register our voice. Okay, now we need to say the sentence which is on the screen. "Hi Bixby, set an alarm for 7 a.m. Hi Bixby, set an alarm for 7 p.m. a.m. Hi Bixby, how can I make the battery last longer? Hi Bixby, raise the volume and play music." Okay, now our voice has been recorded, and now we can select how to launch the Bixby. We can say "Hi Bixby" or simply "Bixby." I'll stick to the first option. Click on next, click on start, and now we are ready to use our Bixby. So let's launch it by saying the voice, the command, and let's set an alarm just like I was saying before. "Hi Bixby, set an alarm at 6 p.m. and name it Do the Laundry." Oh, once again, because I was talking too slow. "Hi Bixby, set an alarm at 7 p.m. and name it Do the Laundry."
You already have an alarm set for that time.
Oh, so let's try with another hour. So set it at 6 p.m.
Your Do the Laundry alarm for tomorrow at 6 p.m. will ring in 20 hours 57 minutes.
Okay, due to AI, the alarm has been set, but just to make sure, let's open up the clock app to see, and you can see that 6 p.m. Do the Laundry. It has been successfully named and also set. And as you can see, that's how the AI works. And it works really, really nice. Of course, that's an example how you can use the Bixby, because we have, of course, other things that we can say to it and other tasks that we can give to him. But I'll leave it to you how you can use it. Okay, now let's go back. Let's open up the settings, and as we scroll down into the advanced features and intelligent features, in here we have a list of AI things. So we have the object eraser, edit suggestions, custom filters, AI select, and read aloud. Let's begin with the object eraser. Thanks to it, we will be able to erase unwanted people or objects from our images. And now let me show you, let me present how it works. So let's open up the settings right in here. Oh my bad, what I'm saying. Let's open up the gallery. Now let's open up the photo from which we want to delete something. And maybe that one. Let's say that we want to remove this object. And to do it, how to open up the eraser. In here on the top right corner we have those stars. That's the third icon from the left. Simply click on that. It's analyzing the image, and now select the object eraser. Now, besides deleting the objects, we can also erase the shadows and erase the reflections from our photo. But first, let's select the thing that we want to delete. Okay, as you can see now it has been selected. And now click on erase on the right side. Oh, actually it wasn't erased properly. We have some shadows left. If you want, you can always try again. I'll save it as a copy. And now also let's try with erasing the shadows. Let's click on erase shadows. Maybe it will help. No, it only erased the shadow from the plant. But you can also see how it works. And now you know that you can erase the shadows and also the reflections from your photos. You just need to also remember that the AI isn't perfect, and sometimes things like that happen, that some part of the object won't be erased. If you look close enough, you can also see that this shape of the object that we have just erased also remained. So sometimes it only it depends how it will work, and sometimes it takes a few tries until it will be done perfectly. Okay, back into the settings, and now we have the edit suggestions thing, which is also a way to improve our photos. So let's go back into the gallery, and basically the edit suggestions is that thing also under these stars. In here we have the AI recommendations, what we can do with our photo. So again, we have the object eraser. We can also remaster our photo and also colorize it. So now it will add the color. So let's see if there will be some changes. Okay, in here we have a result. Now you can take a look into the difference. And thanks to the colorize feature, our photo looks in a different way. If you want to save this photo, simply click right in here on the top right corner where I'm pointing at. Okay. We can also remaster our photo. Okay. And now you can see that again the difference in the color, how it looks like. So I will slide so you can see the difference. On the left side we have the photo before, on the right side we have the photo which has been remastered. That's also a cool way how you can improve your photos. But let's close the gallery for now and let's go back into the settings. And now let's go into the custom filters, which we can use in the camera app. So let's launch the camera. Now, to use the custom filters, make sure that you are in the photo mode, or for example in the video it should also... No, it won't work in here. Only in the photo. So, to use a filter, the custom filter, click on that icon right in here. And now if you want to use a custom filter, click on that plus button. And now we can select the picture from our gallery, which we can use as a filter. So let's say we use that one. Actually, it's the screenshot. It needs to be added, so let's wait. Click on done. And now it has been successfully added. If you click on view original, you can see how it looks like without the filter. And now you can see that the colors has been actually added. Also, when it comes to the our filter, we can even customize it still. We can change the strength, the color temperature, the contrast, or the saturation. So that's how we can add the custom filters into our camera app. Okay, next thing is the AI select. Select anything on screen to get suggestions for actions to do with it. To enable the AI select, we need to open up the sidebar, and the AI select is the first feature from the top. So now let's try it on the home screen, but I would say that it works in the best way. For example, when you are surfing the internet, you will find something worth selecting, because you would like to know what you can do with it. And the AI select will tell you what things you can do with the part of the screen that you will select. So let's enable the AI select. And now let's select the part of the screen that we want to... what we can do with it. Okay. We can also, of course, adjust the size. So let's do it in that way, for example. And if you click on that icon, it will select the text. Of course, you can copy that text. You can open up the maps, or add this as an event. Of course, it also depends what part of the screen that you will select. When you click on those three dots, you can set this selected area as a wallpaper, or for example, create a GIF from it. Below, when you click on that, you can download it, share this photo, or you can also draw on it. Just like that. You can see that I'm currently drawing on this part of the screen that I have just selected. Next to it we have the rubber, so we can get rid of the things. Now let's try to write something. Now you can take a look how we can play using this AI select mode. Really fun to use, but I'll leave it to you to find out for yourself. If you have this device, it's really worth using, because it's such fun. Next to it we can share with it and download it. Okay, I don't want to save it. Let's select again the AI select. Okay. When you click on that, you'll pin this part of the screen. When we'll hold on it, we can change its position on the screen. And when you click on that, from here you can also copy the text, download it, minimalize it. And now we'll have a really small icon, which we can place anywhere on the screen. And when you click on that again, it shows up again. If you want to close it, click the X button. Okay, so that's how you can use the AI select. And the last thing is the read aloud. It reads the text which is on the site that we are currently on. But if you want to use it, you need to remember that it only works in the Samsung browser. It won't work in the Chrome, so you need to use the Samsung's browser. Okay, let me show you how it works. Let's launch this browser. Let's now, maybe this page isn't the best. Let's select another one, maybe the Amazon. Okay, it's in the Polish language, but I will tell you and I'll show you that it also works. To use read aloud, again click on those stars and click on read aloud. Currently it's reading the text in the Polish language, but I will tell you that before it will read the other languages than English, you'll have to download those languages from the gallery. Don't worry, you don't need to find it. Simply, if you are on the page with other language, and when you click on Read Aloud, it will show you that it requires downloading the exact language. Simply click on Download, and this process lasts like max 2 minutes, so don't worry. You will handle it. So now it will read the text on this side. Let me show you. Let's play it.
Postaw na aktywność. Elektronika. Najpopularniejsze marki. Elektronika. Odkryj polskie marki w kategorii. Akcesoria sportowe do 50 zł. Odzież sportowa do 130 zł. Epy. Garmin. Słuchawki. Głośniki. Do.
Alright, so that's an example how the Read Aloud works. Also a pretty cool thing. Alright, and the last thing that I want to show you is the AI suggestions in the gallery. Now, how it works. When you click on the search bar, and when you click on search, now when you click on the first letter that you want to, also I will tell that this works in the best way when you have a lot of things in the gallery, because it can really help with searching of certain photos, because it will like find the categories. It will look for the photos that fits into the category that you will just type. So let's say we want to find the plants, for example, type P. And in here we have our AI suggestions. But it doesn't want to find the plants, so maybe let's type another letter, maybe the T. Okay, we have the tables, so let's click on that. And in here we have all photos that fits into the tables category. So we have those 4 photos. Just to show you, I'll go back into the gallery to show you that I have also other 2 photos, and as you can see, they didn't appear in the AI suggestion because they don't fit into the category that I have just selected. Maybe let's try again with other category. Okay, I have typed C, and we have the camera and the containers as an AI suggestions. When we click on the camera, for example, in here we have all photos that were made by the camera, and those 2 didn't appear because they're all screenshots. Pretty simple. I'm sure that you know what I'm talking about. Of course, it's worth trying for yourself how it works. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment and subscribe. Hello, in front of me I have Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite and Huawei MatePad 11.5 PaperMate, and in this video we're going to compare those devices to each other. We're going to check the design, the screens, the specs and also the price. Okay, so maybe let's begin with the design, and let's grab the Samsung first. As you take a first look, you can see that it's a little bit smaller than the Huawei, but still with a pretty decent size. The screen is pretty big, so when it comes to that, there shouldn't be a big difference. It's not the scale that like this one is almost twice bigger than this. I would say like it's almost unnoticeable, so that's how it looks like. Also, as we flip the tab, we can see the matte back. Also, when I'm tapping on it, it also feels pretty well built. It's not like, you know, that kind of a cheap plastic. And when it comes to the Samsung devices, they always like to get the quality on the first place and the quality of production. So as we swipe it, for example, into the edge like that, you can see that it's pretty thin. In here we have those pins that allow us to use the keyboard, because this device and also his opponent have a possibility to connect with dedicated keyboards. Simply, all you need to do is to grab that keyboard. You can place your tab like that into the pins, and you can connect this tab into your keyboard using the Bluetooth connection. And it also helps with the productivity and creativity, and it's also really comfortable to use. So having that keyboard is pretty nice thing. Also, as we go to this side, we can see that this device supports, of course, a USB-C port. It provides us with fast charging. And also this device also has a trace and a SIM, and the possibility to enter the SIM card to it. And on the Huawei, we don't have that feature. So in here we have a point into the advantage of our Samsung. We can also apply an extra SD card, so we can store more data. Okay, also as we take a look on this side into our device, we can see that the edges are pretty big. For me, it would look definitely better if those edges would be a little bit to the downside. Thanks to that, the screen would be bigger, and for me, that would look simply better. Also, when I'm gently trying to scratch the device, it doesn't have any, you know, loose elements. The plastic isn't, you know, popping. Also, as you knuckle on it gently, you can hear and see that it's pretty well fit. Now let's grab the Huawei. Okay, so just like I was saying, it's a little bit bigger than the Samsung. Of course, this device also supports the keyboards, just like I was saying. And here we also have those pins. All you need to do is to grab the keyboard, place it. Thanks to that, our tab will recognize the keyboard, and we will have an option to connect to it. Also, this device came to me with that beautiful leather case. The Samsung unfortunately didn't came like that. We can also adjust it. We can lift it up, this part of our case, and we can, for example, place our tab like that. Now it's standing pretty stable, so I think there's no chance that it will accidentally drop, because it's really well built, and it shouldn't even fall, basically. So it's also pretty cool, for example, for watching movies. Pretty cool thing. So in here, when it comes to that, we have advantage into the Huawei. On this device, unfortunately, we don't have an SD. We don't have a place for the SD card or the SIM card. It simply isn't here, so we cannot add more storage space when we plug our SD. Also, when we take a look on the edge, it has a little different shape, because on the Samsung, it was like only a rectangle, and in here we have a little bit difference in the structure and in the shape of the edges of this device. In here also, of course, we have the USB-C port to load our device, and also supports fast charging. Okay. And now, as we launch the screen, because I need to compare it, you can see that the edges that I was talking about, they're a little bit smaller and thinner than on the Samsung. You can take a look right now. It's not a big difference, but for me it simply looks better on the Huawei when it comes to that. Okay, another big thing and another big difference is the screen. I mean its texture, because on the Huawei we have the matte screen, which really helps. For example, when you are using your device in a full sun, it doesn't reflect the light as much as the Samsung will do. You can also see even now that on the top left edge of the device we have this displays of light, because in here I have my lamp, and you can see that it's absorbing it pretty okay. For example, I'll show you that when I'll place my Samsung, you can see the reflection. You can also see the marks after the fingers. So definitely, when it comes to the texture of the screen, for me, matte screen is simply better than the normal one. It also helps with the reading, and just like I was saying, for example, when you want to use your device outside, when there's a full sunlight, it doesn't reflect that much light, just like Samsung does. Also, for example, when the screen is turned off, the finger marks maybe are a little bit less noticeable than on the Samsung, but for example, when it comes to the cleaning of those screens, it's much easier on the Samsung than on the matte screen of our Huawei. Now I will clean them for a little. On the Samsung, when I'm using the microfiber, those marks after my fingers are removing really smooth, and it's really easy to keep it clean. And for example, when I want to clean it up on the paper mat, it might be a little bit more difficult, and there's a chance that you will have to use a little bit of the water or some kind of a spray to remove those marks completely, because they really like to remain on the matte screen. So the matte screen comes when you want to use it with some costs, and when it comes to that, we have those fingerprints that are harder to remove than on the Samsung. So you just need to pick which option is better for you. Okay, the next thing. Let's launch both devices, and let's get into the settings, and for example, first into a display and brightness. Let's open up the settings. In here also the display, and let's begin with the refresh rate. In here it's the screen refresh rate, in here it's the motion smoothness. So we also have the difference in the refresh rate, because simply on the Huawei we have up to 120 Hz refresh rate, while on the Samsung we only have up to 90. So if you like to have the smoothest smoothest screen, the smoothest animations, you should pick the Huawei, because it has simply higher refresh rate than the Samsung. Okay, when it comes to the CPUs on the Huawei, we have the Kirin 820. That's kind of a CPU that we have on our Huawei. And on the Samsung, we have the Exynos 1380. When it comes to the memory and storage, on the Samsung, we have 8 on 128 gigabytes that are provided, while on the Huawei, we have 8 to 256. I think we can see it in About Tablet. Yeah, here it is. We have the RAM and the internal storage. And on the Samsung, I need to take a look where it is, because it's sometimes pretty well hidden. And maybe it will be in the device care and in the storage. Yeah, as we take a look on the storage, we have 128 gigabytes when it comes to the internal storage, so we can simply stack more data on our Huawei. That's a next point into the advantage of the Huawei. Okay, another thing is the battery on the Huawei. We have it will be again under the About tablet thing, maybe under the status, but I might be wrong, or in the battery simply. I'm wondering where it is. Okay, I cannot find this information thing. On the Huawei, we have almost 1100 miles per hour when it comes to the battery capacity, while on the Samsung, I think in here it might be under the battery, we have 8000 maximum capacity. I mean the mAh. Yeah, in here you can see the battery capacity, how it looks like. Okay. Another thing, of course, is the operating system, because on the Huawei we don't have the Android. On the Samsung we have the Android 15 with full Google ecosystem, so we can log into our Google account, the Gmail. We won't have any hard things to do. But when it comes to the Huawei, we have the Harmony OS, is the Huawei's operating system, and in here we have the limited Google ecosystem. So for example, it will be a little bit harder to log into Google and use all of those features. For example, of course, we don't have the Play Store. We only have the app gallery, and when it comes to downloading those apps, Play Store is much better than the Huawei's app gallery, because we can basically download anything from the Play Store, and some of the apps, for example the apps to the benchmarks, I don't know, some games, some communicator apps, for example, such as WhatsApp, they won't be available in the app gallery. Of course, not all of them, but there's a huge chance that the app that you want to download on your Huawei, it won't be available on the in the app gallery. I mean that. Actually, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. This Samsung isn't made of a plastic, that bag. I made a mistake. It's basically some kind of a metal. I don't know exactly, but it's pretty well built. Same thing on the Huawei. Maybe it's some kind of an aluminum. I don't know exactly, but they're not made of cheap plastic, so they won't destroy, for example, if they fall a little bit, or when you use a little bit of pressure on them. Alright, and the last thing is the price of those devices. When it comes to the price of the Huawei, for example, in Europe, of course, the price might be different from... it depends in which country you want to buy this device, of course. When it comes to the Huawei, the average buy price of this device in Europe is like 430 euros. And when it comes to the Samsung, in Europe it will be like 4.5 or 400. Of course, everything depends on which version you have. I mean, when it comes to the RAM and the storage space, because the Samsung also has 256 gigabyte version. My device, my Samsung isn't in that version. You just need to simply look for yourself and pick the version that you want. Of course, and as a final result, for me, both of those devices have something that work into their advantage. For example, just like I was saying, the matte screen on the Huawei works really good when you are working and when you're using this device in a full sunlight. But it's a little bit harder to remove the finger marks from the screen, while on the Samsung it's much easier. And also the whole operating system and the ecosystem is for me much better on the Samsung, because we have full Google support. We can do everything. We have access into the Play Store and all Google features, and for example into the Galaxy AI, which in my opinion is really cool and works. I think it's one of the best AIs that we have on the devices in the market, while on the Huawei it might be a little bit worse, but of course everything isn't objective. It depends from the user, so you just need to also find the informations and the differences that you're looking for example, on your own. But I hope that this video helped you, that it was helpful to you. And please leave a like, share, and subscribe. That's all. Thank you all for watching. Hello, in this video I'm going to show the top tricks on Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, let's open up our settings first, and let's begin with the best things that we have on this device. So let's scroll down first until we find the advanced features, and let's begin with the intelligence features first. In here we have a few features that we can use into our advantage, or for example for our comfortability and productivity. We have the object eraser, edit suggestions, custom filters, AI select, and read aloud. So the object eraser allows us to easily erase unwanted people and objects from images. Next thing, discover smart new ways to improve your photos. The custom filters, thanks to it we can create our own filters based on the mood and style of reference images. We have the AI select, select anything on screen to get suggestions for actions to do with it. Read aloud, listen to articles and web pages like they're your own personal podcast. But if you want to use it, you need to use the Samsung dedicated browser. Let's begin with those options. Let's begin with the object eraser. Let's launch the gallery. In here, as you can see, I have some photos. So for example, we have that photo. And let's try to erase something from this photo. Maybe this. Or actually, maybe this mousepad. So to do it, tap on your photo, and in here on the top right side we have those stars, that icon. Simply click on that. Now it's analyzing the image, and we can enable the object eraser. Okay, now we can also erase the shadows and the reflections from our photo, and now we need to select using our finger the thing that we want to delete. Just like that. And now click on erase. boom, and it magically disappeared from the photo. If you want to save the changes, click on save. We can save it as a new photo when we click on save copy, or save it, I mean the previous photo will be replaced with that one, so I'll save it as a copy. Okay, so that's the original photo, and that's the photo when we have erased this mousepad. Works pretty nice. So that's how you can use the object eraser. Now, let's go with the edit suggestions. That was the second thing that we had on that list in the settings. And to enable the edit suggestions, simply again click on that icon, and in here we have the remaster option, for example. That's the suggestion from the AI. Now it's remastering the picture. On the left side we have the photo how it was before, on the right side how it is after. And as you take a look, we have a little difference in the colors. That's what the remaster option did. I hope you can see the difference. I'll slowly slide so you can take a look. I think the biggest difference is in the color. If you want to save the enchanted photo, click on writing here, and now it has been saved. That's how it works. Next thing are the custom filters that I was talking about before. To do it, we need to launch them. We need to open up the camera app. Make sure that you're in the photo mode, and now click on that icon. And if you want to create a custom filter, click on the plus on the left side. Now we need to select picture to use as a filter. So for example, I'll pick the screenshot of my screen. In here it is. Now click on done. Now it has been saved. And also if you want, you can change the strength, the color, temperature, contrast, and the saturation. And now simply the filter has been applied and saved. Also pretty cool thing. We can close it. And now again the settings and the AI select. So for example, I can show you what we can do. To launch the AI select, we need to do it through the sidebar, or we can also hold the home button. Oh no, that's the circle search. My bad. The AI select, we need to open up the sidebar, and the first thing is the AI select. Now we need to tap or draw around something to select it. So let's say I will select this part of the screen. Okay. Of course, I can easily move the square to select other part of the screen. And now what we can do thanks to the AI select. The first icon, which is above, will do that. It will copy the text from this selected part. But I think that won't work on the home screen, of course. Okay, actually it will. As you can see, it has selected the text. Now we can copy it, search it in the map. We can pin this part of the screen. We can copy it or share with it. Next thing, as we select, we can find this place in the map. We can set this part of the screen as our wallpaper. Below, we can save this part of the screen as a screenshot. And as you click on that 3 dots, we can create a GIF. Of course, it won't work in the best way on the home screen. I think that you should use it, for example, on the photos, or when you are browsing when you are surfing the internet. And when you find something interesting, you can use the AI select to select it and see what things you can do with it. Okay, and the last thing was the recent read aloud. I'm sorry. So to do it, we need to open some page using the Samsung browser. Let's get into the normal page, and for example, let's launch the Amazon. And now, if you want to use it, of course, also it depends in which language the page is. Or maybe let's launch some article. It will be the best proof that it works. I don't want to add a shortcut. I want to search for something. Okay. So let's say we will type articles, something like that. Okay, actually, we can launch the Wikipedia. That's the definition of the article. And now, to use the read aloud, click on those stars above and click on read aloud. I'll also boost up the volume.
Class of dedicated words that are used with noun presto mark. The identifiability of the reference of the noun phrases. The category of articles constitutes part of speech. Articles combine with nouns to form noun phrases and typically specify the grammatical definiteness of the noun phrase. I in English, the indented assonance followed by a vowel sound, are the definite and indefinite articles respectively. Articles in many other languages also carry additional.
Okay, so as you can see, it simply reads the text that is shown on the page. So we can, create our own private podcast when we are too lazy or when we like to simply listen to the things instead of reading them. You can simply use the read aloud function and the AI will read the words for you. Okay, that's all when it comes to intelligent features. We also have the Bixby, which is the Samsung's AI, and I can show you a few cool things that we can do thanks to it. For example, but first, how to launch the Bixby. We can also register our voice to wake it up. I have done it before, so I'll show you 2 ways how we can enable the Bixby. If you want to launch it by using the button, select side button settings, select the long press and select the Bixby. Or we can also use the Hi Bixby phrase to launch it. As you can see, it already appeared because it has recognized my voice. To select the voice, select the voice registration and select the phrase. Okay, so I'll show you a few things how you can use the Bixby as an example. For example, we can give AI a task to do something on our tab. Let's say we want to select set an alarm at tomorrow. Let's say to do the groceries. Let's call it that way. And we are too lazy to do it on our own, or we can simply use the AI to do it for us. Okay, so launch the Bixby using the power button on or the phrase. I'll use the phrase and I'll show you how we can set an alarm using the voice command and the AI. So let's go. Hi Bixby. Set an alarm at 3 p.m. and name it Do the Groceries.
Your Do the Groceries alarm for tomorrow at 3 p.m. will ring in 21 hours 12 minutes.
Okay, due to AI, our alarm has been set. Just to make sure, let's open up the clock app. Now the alarms, and as you can see, Do the Groceries, 3 p.m. Sunday, 31st of the August, has been successfully set. Of course, that's not the only way how you can use the AI and the Bixby. You can, for example, give him a task to search for something in the internet, but I'll leave it to you to find out all of those features. Okay, so that was the quick showcase of the Bixby. Let's go again into advanced features and let's go into the motions and gestures. So we can enable to double tap to turn on the screen or double tap to turn off the screen. When we are on the home screen or on the lock screen, I'll demonstrate you how it works. So when we're on the home screen, double tap and this simply the screen turns off. I'll double tap and it unlocks. Pretty easy, but useful. Next thing is the cover screen to mute. So basically, when someone is calling us or when alarm is ringing, we can put our hand over the screen and it will mute the alarm or incoming call. And we also have palm swipe to capture. Swipe the edge of your hand across the screen to take a screenshot. Because, you know, the standard way in all of the phones to take a screenshot is by clicking the power button and volume up button. In here we also have the normal option, of course. But as a cool way to take a screenshot, we can swipe the edge of our hand on the screen to take a picture. I'll show you how to do it. So from the edge we need to swipe, and as you can see, the screenshot has been taken. Pretty cool way to take the screenshot on this device. Okay. Of course, also we have cool things such as multi-window function and the sidebar that I was showing you before. Of course, you can also adjust it when you click on that icon, and you can add them into the bar. Also, if you open up the apps from the sidebar, they will open in the floating window. Okay, actually they won't open in the floating window. Interesting. You can only open them up into the split screen. And split screen is also a pretty cool thing. And it's really cool, for example, for multitasking. As you can see, now I have launched 2 apps at the same time. On the top we have our browser, below we have our calculator. And it's really cool for the multitasking because we can do 2 things at the same time. We can surf the internet and we can quickly switch between calculator and our browser. Works pretty cool. And when you click on that 3 dots in the middle, you can save this pattern. I mean, you can save those 2 apps opened in the split screen as a shortcut if you click on that start button. And now add app paired to taskbar, home screen, or apps edge panel. Let's say the home screen. When you click on the second icon, you will change the place of the apps. And when you click on the icon on the left, you will change the rotation. So now the screen is split in half from the top side to the down side, and before it was split from left side to the right side. So you just need to pick which option is better for you and more comfortable. Okay, now I'll show you that the split screen shortcut has been saved. Here it is, internet/calculator. Simply click on that, and now both of the apps are opening in the split screen. Other cool thing provided by the Samsung is when you open up the settings, we have the connected devices features. And in here, for example, we have the quick share. We can auto switch buttons, call and text on other devices. In here we have a lot of features that we can use into our advantage. Also we have the second screen, Samsung DeX, Smart Things, Smart View, and a lot of them. I'll show that, for example, the Smart View. So we need to select a device to mirror your tablet screen or play content. Currently I don't have any Samsung devices just to pair. But if you have, you should really use those features, or you don't need to use them, of course, but you can, from your clear curiosity, you can take a look at what you can do. For example, when it comes to the Smart Things, in here it's like the whole ecosystem. You can see start setting up my home and invite members to use this location together with you. In here we can see our devices. We can add more of them, add some devices to set up your smart house. But if you want to use it, you need to have the Samsung device. In here you have a list of devices that you can add, and a lot of more. So if you're a kind of person who has a lot of Samsung devices, you can take a look into the Smart Things and many other things in here. We also have the Smart DeX, and what this option does: Classic DeX provides a PC-like experience with its own home screen that's separate from your usual tablet home screen. If you click on Start DeX, you can see that it's launching, and we can use our device just like it would be a computer. So we have like a computer feeling. How we can use our device. Of course, if you have a dedicated keyboard that you can connect, you can also use it in this mode. And yeah, that's how we can use this mode. But I need to find out how to close it. Exit Dex, okay. So another cool thing to check out, and another cool thing which we have on this device is of course the Samsung S Pen, which is attached with this tab. We don't need to pay extra for it. It's completely for free, and we can use this pen to move around our tab. We can easily create notes. It is really really cool. Let's create a new one just to show you that it actually works. Now, if you want to use the rubber, simply hold on this button and start removing the things from the screen. Also, we have a few cool things that we can do with our S Pen. Let me show you that in the settings. Open them up, scroll down into the advanced features, and in here we have the S Pen. So, for example, we can use our S Pen to text. Let me show you the cool things. We also have the air command and other things. If you want to use the air command, we have this menu over here. We need to click on that pencil icon, and for example, we can click on screen write. We can also enable AI select and add more things to it. But the most interesting thing and that we have I connected with this pen for me is the S Pen to text. When it's enabled, we can, and when we launch the search bar, it doesn't need to be only in the settings. It will also work in other browsers. We don't need to, manually hit the digital buttons on the keyboard to search for something. We can simply handwrite it, and it will be translated and converted into digital letters. And it will search for the things that we are looking for. So let's try to handwrite, for example, the personalization. Simply, you can see that an icon appeared under the end of the pen on the search bar. And now let's write personalization. Of course, if you wait too long when you lift the pen from the screen, it will copy only the thing that you have written, so you just need to be fast. So let's write again, personalization. And as you can see, it has been successfully translated and converted into the digital letters, and everything has been successfully searched. Of course, you can use the S Pen, for example, to draw. We have the whole pen app. And in here, for example, we can color the pages. We can create our drawings, share with them, and do a lot of creative stuff connected with our S Pen. But I'll leave it to you. Now I'm just showing you so you can know that the S Pen is fully supported, and we can do a lot of things thanks to it. Alright, that's all in this video. Thank you all for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe.
Hello! In this video, I'm gonna show you all the best camera features on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. Okay, so I have the camera app already open, and let's begin with the first one, which is gonna be volume buttons as shadow. You actually may not know about it, but clicking on volume buttons will take a photo. You can see the photo was just taken. I'm actually gonna flip the camera to the front one. can see it does indeed take a photo, and either of the volume buttons work perfectly. I'm actually gonna flip the camera, or flip the tablet upside down because it's gonna be a bit better that way. Okay, yeah. I mean, now it's not upside down. It was upside down a moment ago. So now, yeah, once we know the shutter buttons, also they work in video mode, so you can start recording a video with, okay, I accidentally pressed on the wrong button. Once you click on the volume button, you can start recording a video and start recording it by pressing on the volume button. Now, the next thing is gonna be photo burst. I don't know if you know that, but when you start taking a photo and instead of just pressing on the button, slide it down, or to the side actually, sorry, down when you're holding the tablet vertically. Yeah, when you slide it to the side and hold, it'll start taking a burst of 30 photos. And then it's especially good if you're in motion. You can select which photo you liked the most. So I'm gonna wave. Then I can click on that burst and click on this little burst icon in bottom left corner. And now I can find all the different photos and select which one I actually like the most. I'm gonna try finding some, maybe a photo that isn't too blurred or something like that, like this one for example. And now let's select it and I can save it. I can delete all the unselected pictures if I want. I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna save just this one. Okay, now let's get to the next thing, which is quick video in photo mode. If you're in photo mode, you can take a quick video by pressing and holding on the shutter button. Now you're recording a video. You can also lock it, so you don't need to press and hold anymore. The next one is gonna be quick photo in video mode. If you go to video mode and start recording a video, you can simply press on this little circular shutter button to take a photo during the video recording. It's also a great feature. Now the next one, you can improve the image quality. To improve image quality, this is like very common. First I'm gonna maybe clean the camera a little bit because then you'll actually see a little more difference. So okay, now phones and tablets tend to overexpose photos. So to make the video or photo look a bit better, click on some place which is the most important in the photo. I want to focus on the camera, then slide this little slider just a little bit down, not too much down. It doesn't have to be black, and it doesn't have to be white, but if you slide it ever so slightly down, then take that photo, it's gonna look way better than it would if I just didn't do anything. I'm gonna show you a comparison. This is the photo without changing the exposure. You can see it looks fine, but it looks flat. Now, if I switch to this photo, it has way more depth and looks way better. Of course, it's a front photo, and it's a photo of my little camera that I'm recording with. So it's not something special, but it's worth having that in mind. And now you can customize your camera menu because you can see there's some portrait photo, there's some photo, video, and then more, and there's more settings. Now you can customize it, so some of these are displayed on the bar at the bottom and some of them are hidden by clicking on edit. Now you can see I can change the portrait. I can move it to this menu and I can, for example, add the pro mode or food mode. Let's add the food and the night mode, just like that. Then click on save and now it is customized. Now let's go with the next thing, which is gonna be on the home screen. If you go to the home screen, then you'll find a new way to access the camera. If you press and hold on the camera, you can, instead of just opening the camera app, immediately go into the selfie mode, or into video mode, or into portrait mode. Or if you press and hold on any of those, then start moving it around, you can actually add a button for it. So instead of just opening the camera app in the random mode, you can go to take selfie and it's gonna open it in selfie mode. That's a really good feature as well, I think. Now, the next one. The next one is gonna be in the camera. Now we're gonna be in the camera all the time. So here, if you go to photo, you can click on these 4 dots and you can change the format to 4:3, 16:9, as well as 1:1, which is great for example, your Instagram to take a square photo. But 16:9, if you put tablet vertically, you can record a TikTok or your Insta story, or a full one. It's gonna just display the full screen. I think it's also a great feature. Now, what is worth noting here is that these are also available in the video mode. In video mode, you can click right here to change the format. You can also, in some formats, you can change the quality. You can set it to Full HD or HD. Full HD is gonna have a higher resolution, but HD is gonna save space on your tablet. And in photo, you can set it to... No, you actually can't set it to anything on the front camera. Let's see if we can set it on the back camera. Yeah, not really. Okay, that's fine. I was just used to it on the phones, but I forgot it's a tablet, so we don't have as many options as on a phone. Now there's gonna be a Pro Photo mode. Let's see the Pro Photo mode, and it requires some time to actually understand how it works. But once you mess around with it and try learning it, you'll see lots of different cool things here that you can achieve with it. First of all, I'm gonna hold the tablet like this, is the white balance. White balance can be set to auto or manually. You can make the image warmer or cooler, but it can technically be used as an effect, just to make the image have this warmer or cooler effect, but technically it is used to actually equalize the camera so it looks the most conform to the actual state, right? So if the lighting around you is very warm, the camera is gonna perceive it as warm, so you can set the white balance to something cooler, so it will be adjusted to that. Or if the light is very cold, then you can make it warmer. I'm gonna do a short example on it. You can see I'm gonna change my lighting conditions. Now it's a warm lighting condition. You can see it is very warm here. Now if I set the I'm gonna try to set it so it actually works like it does in real world, because also the camera that I'm recording with has automatic white balance, so you may not see it. But if I look at the tablet now, it is probably somewhere around good. Now if I switch that lighting to cold, you can see how cold it is now, and it shouldn't be like that. So let's set it to warmer. And yeah, that's an automatic white balance. It's not only used if in case the automatic doesn't work properly, but also in case where you are for example recording a video, because Pro mode is also available in Pro video mode. And then if you set it to just static white balance, the white balance is not gonna change throughout the video. So later when you edit that video, you won't see these weird like automatic changes of the white balance. Now exposure. Exposure it's gonna make your image lighter or darker. And let's see that. If I show you the thing, you can make it lighter or darker depending on how you actually need it. Yeah, remember that phones tend to overexpose the photos, so setting it to a lower value is typically better, but sometimes you may need to set it to a higher value. But remember, the higher value you set it to, the lower the quality of the photo may be, because that's how it works. And you may see it on an example of ISO, which we have down here. This ISO is actually a very advanced feature by itself because it changes the sensitivity of your camera. And now, if I set it to something, the lower value I set it to, the lower sensitivity there will be, so the image may appear darker, but will be less grainy. And the higher value I set it to, the more grainy the image will be. I'll try to set the exposure to something higher. I probably won't be able to show you that here, but you may notice it in the future that when you try to adjust the ISO, then lower values are typically better because they make your image less grainy, but in low light conditions it's better to set it to a higher value, just not too high, something on a reasonable value. I'm gonna try to exit that mode because I have no idea how to exit it. Okay, I clicked on this eye icon and now I'm out of it. Great. There's also this W, it stands just for the lens that I'm using, the wide lens. Now let's get to the next thing. And then now we're entering the settings of the camera. So click on these 4 dots, then this gear icon, and you're in camera settings. I'm out of focus. Now I'm in focus, and you can see there's Photo Scene Optimizer. This is a really good feature because it's automatically gonna optimize the color using intelligent features, so the photos look way better. So I highly recommend enabling that. Now you can go to swipe shutter button 2. You saw how we did the burst. Now instead of that, we can actually create a GIF. So now, instead of taking a burst, I will create a GIF. You can see I have some white balance problems right now. Weird, because I didn't adjust it. Yeah, it looks weird, but never mind. Let's just try doing that. So I'll slide it, and now let's record a GIF. Now, when I show you that, it plays as a constant video, as a video in a loop, and that's how it works. So now let's go to the next feature, which is gonna be high efficiency pictures. I highly recommend enabling that because it doesn't sacrifice the image quality too much, just a little bit, but decreases the space the photo takes. So you won't bloat up your storage by taking lots of photos because they will take less space. Now there's also an option to save selfies as previewed. I'm gonna show you that an example of it. If you disable it, then if I show my hand, my left hand, you can see it's on the left side, but when I take the photo, it is on the right side. It works in selfie mode, right? Now if I enable it, then if the preview shows it's on the left side, then it's gonna be on the left side. If it's enabled, then it'll just appear like it was in the mirror. Now you can enable swipe up or down to switch cameras, so you can very quickly switch back and front camera like that. So that is a really good feature. Now let's go to the settings again, And let's see what else do I wanted to show you, because I have quite a few things to show you here. If you go to advanced video options, there is a high efficiency video, and it's basically the same thing as a high efficiency photo but for video. Then there is 360 audio recording, and it's gonna capture the recording if you have Bluetooth headphones plugged in, connected, not plugged in. You can't plug in Bluetooth headphones, you can connect them. That support 360 audio recording, it's gonna record it in 360, so it's gonna record the back and the front and everything. And then if you're like playing it in surround sound, like on your headphones that support surround sound, or on some speakers like Dolby Atmos, you'll hear it. Then audio playback, it will allow music and other audio to play while you record, so you can still record videos while some music is playing in the background. Now let's go to the next thing, which is gonna be auto HDR. This, as described here, makes your pictures pop, and this is the best description for it. It really does make your pictures pop. Now let's go to composition guide. You can enable it, and you can set it to grid lines and level, grid lines only or level only. It's gonna display on your preview the grid lines and the level. You can see now I'm in level, now I'm not. And when taking photos, it's then easier to navigate. Also with the grid lines, it's easier to capture everything straight. Now the next part is gonna be the location tags. It's worth enabling them if you want, so it'll add location to the photos. And then later on, if you're watching your photos in the gallery and you're, for example, watching some memories from 2 years ago, you don't remember where the photo was taken, you'll see it in the location. Once you slide that photo a little bit up, it'll show you some details, including the location. Now let's go to shooting methods. Here, press volume buttons to, I've already explained that you can press on shutter on volume buttons to take a picture or record a video, but instead of that, you can select zoom in or out, or control sound volume. And I will select zoom in or out. Now, if I want to zoom in, it's gonna be visible on the back camera, but if I press on the volume up button, it's gonna zoom in. I can press and hold on it as well, and you can see it does that, so it's really great. It's more precise for sure. Now I think that the last few things are gonna be also here. So yeah, in shooting methods, you'll see floating shutter button. If you enable it, then you can have this little floating shutter button. Now you can put it wherever you want, and then click on it to take a photo. And it's great because you don't then need to reach out to either your shutter button or to your volume buttons. If you're holding your phone with a different hand, like here, you can easily click on it. Now the next part, the last one in I think last two in settings, there's a very good feature, show palm to the camera to take selfies or start recording selfie videos. If you're taking a photo and you can't really touch the screen because either you're far away from it or you're holding it in a certain position that doesn't allow you to do so, then you can simply show a palm in front of the screen. Let's see. Gonna try again. Yeah, and it starts a countdown and it takes the photo. So that works pretty great. Now the last one in settings, as I said, is gonna be the settings to keep. And this, you know how you change some settings in the camera app and then close the camera app, or just leave it and for a moment longer, then you can see it reverts itself back to the default ones. Like for example the mode, if you set it to night, leave the camera up and reopen it, it's gonna go back to photo. So if you want to keep that, so when you leave with night mode enabled, it'll go back to night mode when you reopen the app. You can go to settings and then go to settings to keep, and now set camera mode to keep. Now you can also set filters to keep, so when you apply a certain filter, you can keep it. And the exposure setting, you can also set it. Now, the last thing that I want to show you is filters. You saw filters a moment ago. Now, there is this little button with this like 3 dots here. You can click on that. Now you can apply different filters to your photo, and it will make your photos look a bit more unique. So feel free to adjust those. You can also use a picture to use as a filter. So if you have a certain picture in your gallery that you'd like to copy colors from, you can set it, and now it's gonna make that filter using AI, and now it's done. So yeah, I hope that this video was helpful. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and also let me know in the comments down below which of these features is your favorite one. I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome. In front of me is a Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite, and today I'll show you a couple of tweaks and tricks you can do on this device. So let's get started by opening up our settings, and I'm going to start going down the list. So let's begin with modes and routines. This is a pretty cool section right here, which allows you to select outcomes if some criteria are met. It's very helpful for home automation specifically, I would say. That's kind of how I use it. So as an example, on my device, I have it set that, for instance, at a specific time, if I'm in vicinity of a specified location, my lights in my apartment will automatically turn on, which basically means that if it's getting dark, I'm home, the lights just come on, and it just makes it so much nicer. And because I have smart lights, it just, becomes fully automated. Now, you're not exclusively limited to just, controlling lights. You can do a lot of things. As an example, last thing that I did set up, which I won't be able to showcase here, unfortunately, was that, for instance, when I connect a Bluetooth device, which was my soundbar, also from Samsung, it would automatically set that soundbar to volume level +5. So basically just 5. And the reason I specifically did that is because sometimes that soundbar decided to be at full volume, which was 50. Oh Lord, believe me, 50 volume on Samsung Q990D is not something that you want to experience. So every time I would have it set automatically to 5 the moment I connect to it. Now the way this would work is, let's see, we're gonna select that, I'm gonna do add mode, it's like custom, whatever, a second. And here we're gonna, as you can see, turn on automatically, and you can select, for instance, place, period, Bluetooth device, or app opened. Now, what I was referring to soundbar, I did the Bluetooth device. So you select that, connected, and unfortunately I don't have any devices to showcase this, but you could then select a device from the list. But instead, you know what, I'm going to select something like location, so pick a place. Good enough, that is basically where I am. You can also change the radius and make it a little bit more precise. There we go. And when I arrive, so you can choose either when you leave or arrive this location. So I'm gonna stick with when I arrive. Now you also have the option to add network, but I'm gonna keep it just at the location. So when I arrive at this location, we can then select done. Choose what will happen. So you can select stay focused, actions, go, and I select other actions. And here you have a whole list of actions that you can select from. Now there are some like quick ones. So we have things like grayscale, dark mode, eye comfort shield, or saving, blah blah blah. no one really cares about this crap. So let's add actions. And here is where the kind of vast oceans of possibilities open. So we can choose to open up applications, we can choose to do Bixby things, commands, and so on. So if you wanted to do home automations specifically, for instance, which is what I'm kind of recommending and have been talking about, you'd go through the I believe it's smart things, right? Now, I don't know if it's going to be listed here just because I'm not signed in. Connected devices. Yeah, it looks like I might not be able to actually select it from here. Unless I can do with this. Nope, that's just up. So it looks like I might not be able to select this. Let me just quickly check what is actually called. So it's smart things. Yeah, so it's not showing right here. So, but by default, you should, if you have it all set up, you should have it listed right here, and be able to connect or select that and select specific actions from there. And just to showcase this, I'm gonna go to my device. I'm gonna go to modes and routines, and let's see routines. So you can see right here, I have one set. So Bluetooth device, this is the soundbar, the one that I was specifying. So Bluetooth device, if it's connected, then control smart things will specifically do an action. So this one was the set volume to 5. So you do have smart things, but for some reason it's not listed here. And like I said, I believe this might be because it's not like set up. So this is a fantastic thing to check out, and obviously again multiple running at the same time, doing all sorts of different things. Now moving on, let's move over to sound. Here we have, by scrolling down, sound quality and effects. Whoops, sorry for that. So in here, once you go into sound quality and effects, you will find adapt sound. This option, specifically once we enable it, you can tap on it, allow. You can choose the age range. Now this refers to when you're using things like headphones or earbuds. It will enable automatic system-wide equalizer designed to compensate for the normal hearing loss that you develop over your life. And you have the age ranges right here, so you can choose whichever one you want, but I'll completely tell you to disregard those. And what you should instead do is select add a personalized sound profile and then go to start. Now I won't be able to set this up, you can see, because I don't have any headphones or earbuds connected, but what it will start doing is just start playing sounds either to left or right ear, and all you need to do is select if you can hear it. We'll just have a yes or no option, that's it. And it's gonna go through like 10 or 20 different ones. Once you go through it, it will then create a custom made equalizer for your specific quotation mark hearing loss. Now the reason I'm saying supposed quotation marks is because what it also will do is compensate for inadequate sound equipment. So if you have some kind of like cheap earbuds and you connect them to it and they just fail to reproduce loud enough specific tones, you won't be able to hear them on a test. Not because your hearing is bad, just because the headphones themselves can't do it. And therefore by going it, the device will then compensate for that sound, because it thinks that you just can't hear it, but in reality it's the headphones that aren't too good at reproducing it. So it'll boost those frequencies up, hopefully bringing them up a little bit more on par where they're supposed to be in terms of volume. So that's why I recommend going through this. And it's a pretty nice option. The moment you connect any kind of headphones, it will automatically enable itself the moment it's just toggled on here. And like I mentioned before, it works system-wide. Now moving on into the display section, here we have the traditional light and dark mode. You can choose whichever one you want, but you also have the option to have it set automatically. The name of the game is just kind of less hassle, everything done automatically. So you can have it set to change automatically either from sunset to sunrise or on a custom schedule. Therefore, for instance, during the nighttime, if you decide to use this device and you unlock it, it's not going to just completely blast you with white light like a flashbang. It's going to be in dark mode, which makes it so much nicer. And then during the daytime, where it's easier to see the light mode, it's automatically going to swap to that. So that's one. Moving back here, we also have the motion smoothness. We have adaptive and standard. One thing that I do have to give Samsung props for is removing the unneeded option. So now we have adaptive, which runs up to 90 Hz, unfortunately only. That's the highest the device can go, or 60. Now both of those are, I believe, up to, right? Yep, up to. So it means that it lowers down below the 90 to preserve battery life, which is a pretty nice option. Now if you don't see a difference between 90 and 60, this is relatively minuscule difference. You have this exaggerated difference right here. But if you don't see a difference, might be better to stick with the standard. This will definitely give you better battery life over the adaptive one. Now, while we're also on increasing animations or decreasing them, let's move over all the way down to about tablet. Then we're gonna select, I believe it's software information. Yep, and build number. You wanna click on that 7 times. You do need to confirm your screen lock if you have one set. And you can see all developer settings. Okay, so now we have developer options added and they appear as a last option here now. I'm gonna click on that and we're gonna scroll down. And in here we'll find animation speeds, which traditionally aren't available on Samsung's. There we go. So we're looking for this section: window animation scale, transition animation scale, and animation duration scale. Just to kind of showcase this, the little moving bar is right here in terms of like where it is. So it is past half point. Now what these do is, for instance, window animation scale is this. So it's set to 1x, which is the default speed. I can make it 10x just so you can see how that affects it. And now if I click on it, it's going to be super slow. Now, what I personally like to do is select it to be 0.5. Now this means that it's going to open up twice as fast. And I like to do this for all of them. Now you can change it to have animations off, which would be the 0. Or off. But I do want to point this out. So it will start to look weird because you just have like instant kind of movement, and in certain cases, specifically with gestures, when you have the swipe up gesture and then you let go, it automatically pops into this from the moment you let go of it. So it is animated as well as long as you're swiping up. The moment you let go, it snaps and it just looks jarring. So I like to have it at 0.5. This still retains animations but just shortens them by half and makes it just nicer, faster. So that's just what I like to do. Now going back to the display, you can scroll down and we will have Edge panel right here. Now this thing is enabled by default. It's this little panel right here. It has some crap AI select. It's just a select or however it was called before that allows you to cross it. But now they added garbage AI because everything needs to be AI even though it's not really. And also it just needs to now have a signed in account to even be used. It's a freaking smart select. This is not AI. This is just a select. This didn't use AI before and it works the same way. So I like to just get rid of all the trash like this just because I absolutely despise the implementation of AI needs to be everywhere. So we're gonna click on edit and get rid of this dog shit by clicking right here and just tagging this thing off. Bon voyage, you piece of trash. Know your place. Now, you can add additional applications in here now. Now I'm going to add a bunch of them because we can customize this. It's going to extend, and if you keep on adding, it will become a scrollable list. So I just want to show that off. And it has more functionality as well. Oh, not scrollable yet. Come on. And there we go. Oh, damn it, I've created a folder. So now you can see we have a scrollable list. So you have a basically infinite space almost in here. And even if you don't want to have it scrollable, you can click right here on this grid and this will open up basically all of your apps as a up page. Now the reason this is good is you can from here, for instance, grab an application drag it out of it, and you can see automatically it allows me to drop it on this side, and it will do a split screen side by side, and move it to the other side, and it will do the other side split screen with the currently open application. You can move it to the middle, it will open it up as a pop-up view. I can do top and bottom split screen as well. Now, as a pop-up view, which is the more interesting one, you can resize it, and you can, for instance, move it out of the way like so. You can minimize it to an app head, and this allows you to basically have multiple apps running at the same time. So it's pretty nice. But furthermore, there is more utility with this. So let's grab something like our web browser. I'm going to do side by side as an example. So here we have a side by side with settings, and so it's open right now. Let's assume that this is the way you want to have it. You're going to click right here on these three dots, and it gives you the option to, number one, split or change the position. So you have top bottom and flip the left to right, or you have the star. You click on the star, it gives you this thing. Add up pair to taskbar, home screen, edge panel. Now you can choose whichever one you want. I personally like the edge panel. That's what I particularly use myself, just because I don't actually use buttons. I use gestures normally, so this isn't visible. So you can do edge panel, and now you just saw that little icon. So let me first close this up there. And now, anytime you want to open it up, click on the icon, and it opens up both of these applications simultaneously. And it opens them up the way you saved them last time. So it's a pretty nice option for multitasking. And additionally, you can also have the split screen options. I don't know how limited the split screen is, so let's actually test it out. So I'm gonna grab, let's go Gmail too. So you can also do top and bottom, and let's go with this. Okay, you can do 3 apps plus a bunch of applications on top of it as an app header. So, and you can also save 3 app a combination like this as well. Now moving back to the display again, and scrolling further down again to the edge panel, because I actually didn't finish it. The edge panel is right here right now. You can customize, so by going to handle, you can move it where it's located, so you can have it higher, lower. You can also change the width of it, so, or how much it pokes out, so now it's a bit more sticking out. You can change the size. And the one that I personally like, though it's not going to work too well right here on this device, it works very good on phones, is I like to make it fully transparent. Now right now it's going to be visible as long as we are in the customization section, but the moment I go back, it's gone. It's still here, but it's just completely invisible. Now here it's not as good of an option to make it fully invisible, as you don't really have too much perspective where it's located at, unless you're using it in portrait mode. In portrait mode, you can have it basically where your buttons are, so the moment you leave it, you always know that you can swipe to the side from the place where you have your buttons. Like I said, it's more useful when you have a phone, as phone is a little bit more wieldy, and additionally, obviously phone is being used primarily in portrait mode, so this is more useful. Tablet, I personally use it more in landscape mode, so it's harder to define where this would be when it's invisible. Now, another thing you can do also is to go into panels. There we go. Come on. So, in panels, you can add additional panels. So, you can add things like, for instance, weather. And now you can swipe to the side on it, and it tells you the current weather. But additionally, what you can also do is navigate to the Samsung store, and from there you can download additional panels. Typically you'd have the button to go to the page right here somewhere. I don't know why it's sometimes here and sometimes isn't, so you can just navigate to the store and look for it there, and you will find panels there that you can buy. It pains me to say this, but yeah, most of the good ones are purchased only, and they do cost about $1 to, I presume, $3 max, something like that. Last time I checked, it was a long time ago. That's the, I think, like 99 cents to $2.99, I think was the range as I was seeing. but some of them did seem more useful than what we have right here. So I just want to point that out. And moving back, and now moving to navigation bar, this is the thing that I was talking about. We have gestures right here. So that's what I personally like, gestures. Now with the gestures, you get to kind of remove the taskbar. That's why I do like to focus on the edge panel, as I don't use taskbar, which is unavailable when using gestures. Now under more options, you can see we don't have too many things in here. So let's see if we have, where's the store? There we go, boom. So here we can see if we can download this. And we can. So let's just quickly get that. It is a Samsung only application, so I kind of will include that in the list right here, just because it is an exclusive thing that allows you to, gives you back customization that you should have, that Samsung did have before, but now they decided to kind of force you, because you do need a Samsung account. So it's a way for you to basically be forced into using Samsung account. It sounds kind of scummy, because it is. Anyway, we're gonna select agree and continue, and in here we have a host of different things that we can download or install. So the one that I like is the Quick Start. So we're gonna click on the download right here. That's one, and second one is Navstar. Navstar is the one that I personally like the most. So let's begin with the Navstar. Start. And number one, we're gonna turn it on. And from here, we can customize our navigation bar. Other Androids just allow you to hide it, but here you can enable the hide option. So extend or enable extra gesture settings. So we're gonna first toggle that on just so I can showcase this. And we're gonna go back to settings. And you can see that it now changed. So here we have the option to, for instance, hide gesture hint, which is this bar. It also allows you to shift everything lower. Now, one thing that I want to point out, if you're going to be using third-party launcher, don't use this. It will make it so when you're swiping up, it won't always work. And it's an annoying, let's call it a feature from Samsung, because how it's working is by just moving the bar off the screen. And that completely F's up with third-party launchers. It doesn't do it with default Samsung launcher by design, but it does screw up other ones. So I will keep that on just because it's just what I need to do when using third-party launcher. But another thing in here will be, which one was it? This one. Another thing that I can do is allow background gestures in full screen. Is that it? Nope, that's not this one. There we go. That's the one, I think. Am I correct? So, number one, when you enable this, you can change the size of this and also the transparency of this. On my phone, I have it set to the lowest one because by keeping this, it doesn't mess around with the third-party launcher, but it also just allows me to minimize the impact on my screen of this. So that's one thing, and there is another option. There we go, transparent hints at the very top. Now before I enable this, I want to showcase this. So let's go back into the settings, and there we go. So you can see it right here. So something that you might miss, it's not super apparent, but you can see right here the icon is cut off. So you can see the display basically ends where the black border is, right? But you can see that the icon gets cut away in the middle of it. This is the gesture bar kind of border, which obstructs anything in here. It doesn't obstruct it everywhere because, for instance, if I go home screen, you can see that it doesn't obstruct the wallpaper anymore in here. But in settings and applications, it does. So what we can do is go back into the Navstar and enable the transparent hints. Looks like nothing's changed, but let's go back to settings. Oh, okay, nothing's changed. Cool. And why? Or is it this one? Should work. Unless I have a theory. That's odd. So typically, go into here. This option is supposed to hide it away. Just to showcase this on my phone, let me just bring the light mode just so it's a little bit easier to see. You can see I also have this. Now here it's much smaller. You can see it doesn't obstruct it, and it's because of the same option. So I don't know why it's not working right here. That's literally what it's designed for. So anyway, I'm just gonna move on. Now the second thing that we were looking at in here, or I basically downloaded, was the Quick Start. Now this allows you to edit the toggles in your notifications. So style and like this. Right. Let's back out. Nope, that's the grid. Oh, there we go. So here you can see we have a bunch of toggles that can turn off. So we can, for instance, completely hide the battery as an example. Maybe not the best thing to hide, but you can hide other things like NFCs, Bluetooth, what else we got? Hotspots, VPNs. So a lot of different things. And it will give you a cleaner look to your status bar. Again, this is something that I personally like more on a phone, as with my tiny little phone, you can see I have much more constrict kind of space up there, but it's still like, if you have some of the things permanently enabled, it really defeats the purpose to just have them show up in here. So that's just my kind of approach. But anyway, let me just open that back up. Oh, never mind, it's still obstructed. Okay, so yeah, that basically sums up the tweaks and tricks I wanted to show you. So if you found this very helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Hello, in this video I'm gonna show you the best tips, tricks and hidden features on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Lite. The first one I already have here. This is the RAM optimization widget. It can optimize your RAM. What is RAM, you may ask? RAM is your short-term memory on your tablet, and the more RAM available you have, the faster the tablet runs. And in order to manage it, simply, like if you want to add this widget, press and hold on the home screen, then go to widgets, and now you can find, let's go to device care. Well, it's sorted by the letters, right? Alphabetically sorted, so you can select whichever of these. They will work basically the same. I will select this 4x1, which is this size, and I will move it to my first screen, maybe here. I'll actually delete this one. Just press and hold, then remove, right? Now if you want to optimize your RAM, just click on optimize, and it's gonna optimize it. Now let's go to something else. Let's open some app, like for example, let's see Google Chrome, like our browser. And now if I go to recents by either clicking on a free line button somewhere here, if you have free buttons navigation, we'll be getting to navigation later. I will be explaining that, so don't worry if you don't understand what I'm speaking of now, you'll get it later. Or if you have this little bar, just slide it up and hold, not like that. Slide it up and hold, you'll see this. Then click on the icon at the top of your app, and select Open in Split Screen View. Now you can see on the side there is our app, and on the other side I can use any other app that I like. Maybe let's open the Notes app. So I can, for example, create a note. I can take my S Pen. Let's select the writing option, and now let's start making a note. You can see it all works. I tried writing subscribe to our channel, but never mind. I'm just not used to write on a pencil and tablet, but yeah, that's how it works. Now, if you want, you can actually save that on your home screen, this split screen pair, which means that both apps from the split screen will be shown like on your home screen, so you can open this pair. Click on Add App Pair, then you can add this to taskbar. I didn't actually want to add it to taskbar, I wanted to add it to the home screen. Now I have it here, and even if I close those Chrome and Notes, I can just open both at once like that. Now let's see something else. Let's go to Settings, and now we'll be customizing 3 things first of all. So let's go to Wallpapers and Style, and first of all I will be customizing the color palette of my home screen. I can enable a color palette, then home screen will be adjusted to a certain color palette, like from wallpaper or some basic colors. I will select wallpaper colors. After you change the wallpaper, changing wallpaper will be shown in a different like part of this video, and once you change it you can adjust it like that. You can also apply the palette to app icons. I don't really like it. I think that these icons are better off without that, but I'm gonna apply this. And now you'll see that my whole tablet is gonna look like this, like with the colors going somewhere in between, like that. You can see it already. Now again, in Wallpapers and Style you can customize the lock screen. Let's go here. I already have it customized, as you can see, but you can go to Wallpapers, set a wallpaper from some of these here, from the gallery, or I will choose a graphical one, maybe this one. You can click on the clock, you can resize it, and you can move it around. I didn't really know you can resize it, so that is a really nice hidden feature, that you can make it this small or this big. You can move it around, as I said, wherever, honestly, just within some boundaries, but you can see it can be wherever. Okay, I think I'm gonna place it like that. Now also you can change the font, right? So that's a really good one. You can change the color. I think I'm gonna set it to that. Then you can also change the style. You can set it to one like this. And I think I'm gonna do it. Then you can click here below the clock to add widgets. I'm gonna remove the current widget because it just doesn't match here. But if you want, you can add different widgets from different apps. Then you can also add like some actions here. You can see I have a calculator and Google Chrome. You can instead have, for example, power saving and camera, as you can see. Now let's click on done. Now my lock screen is customized. If you want to customize your home screen, then you can basically just change the wallpaper here. But if we go to the home screen, then you can customize it a bit further. You can press and hold and then click on settings. Now change the home screen grid and you can set it to 8x6, so there will be up to 8 apps horizontally and 6 vertically, or 10x6, so more apps will fit on the screen. I'm gonna select this option. Then let's click on done. You can see more apps fit on the screen. Now let's go back to the settings. They can also be entered by going to home screen in the settings app. Then you can enable widget labels, app labels, change the app size to smaller or larger. I think I'm gonna set it to these larger ones. And because they still fit here. And now let's see what else do we got, because you can hide apps. If you want to hide some certain app because you maybe just don't want it to don't want others to be able to easily access the data what's in the app, then I'm just gonna make sure, yeah, I have the secure folder, so I'm just gonna get back to you when I remove it so I can show you how to set it up. Okay, now let's go to the settings and go to privacy and security, or security and privacy. Scroll down to more security settings and go to secure folder. Now let's click on continue, and now wait a moment until it creates a secure folder. It will take a moment, so I'll get back to you when it's done. Okay, and now you can see that the secure folder was created. And what I can do here is set a PIN, pattern, or password to access this secure folder. So I will set a PIN because I have a pattern for my lock screen, and I will just set a PIN to something simple, but feel free to set it to something like more complicated. And then confirm it. Now we can allow lock reset with Samsung account, and I would highly recommend so, because in case you forget your PIN to your secure folder, then you won't be able to reset it if you disable that option. Now let's click on next. Now you can see I'm in the secure folder, and by default I have some apps here like the camera, and the internet, contacts, my files, gallery, calendar, and notes. Now contacts are just contacts that I can save here privately. Notes are just notes that I can have privately. Calendar is my private calendar. Gallery is where I can either move photos from my standard gallery into this gallery, or when I take them with the private camera, they will automatically go into the private gallery. I can have a private internet browsing history, and when I download some file from this private internet browser, it will go straight into the private files. Now, this doesn't mean that these apps have disappeared from here. I still have those apps here, but here it's just a different copy of those apps. Different instance, like the apps are duplicated, and in the secure folder, they are completely fresh, completely empty until I actually do something in them. And here you can see in my standard gallery app, I have lots of different photos. So now let's go to secure folder and let's click on plus. Then select an app that you want to hide. Let's say that I want to hide my WhatsApp. Then click on add. You can do like however many apps you'd want. And now this runs a different instance than this one. Don't mind this one. I'm just gonna like uninstall it. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So I have this WhatsApp app, and in secure folder I have this second instance, and I can have different accounts logged in on both, or even not be logged in on this main app at all and only be logged in on this one here. Also, what I can do is hide the app from here. To hide it, it's gonna get a little complicated. Just need to go to the settings, then go to apps. I have no idea where the apps are on this menu because I haven't been going to that setting for like a few months. So yeah, it's here. Then let's click on, I believe, I don't remember at all. But let's see if I go to like the WhatsApp. Oh, it's a total mess right now. Never mind. I'm gonna go to that WhatsApp, and now, oh my god, I have no idea. And it should be available here, right? Hold on a second. Okay, I just reminded myself that it's in the home screen section. You can find home, hide apps, and on home and apps screen. So now we can find our WhatsApp, or like that. Then click on done, and now it is hidden. If you want to unhide it later, then I'm not really sure whether you'll find it here. Yeah, you'll find it here. So that, yeah, but here's unavailable, and in secure folder it is, and it has a different account logged in than the other one anyway. So yeah, but you can also press and hold on that to add it to home, but this time the one on the home will be the secure folder one, so it'll require a password. You can see when I lock the screen of my tablet, now if I unlock it and go to WhatsApp, it requires my PIN. No, it's not the one. Okay. Yeah, it's this one. And yeah, you can see it works. So that's how you should operate with it. Now, what else is worth mentioning is that if you want, you can make the secure folder lock itself automatically once you leave it by clicking on three dots in top right corner, then clicking on settings, then auto lock secure folder, and select each time I leave an app. Now when I leave the secure folder, if I reopen it, it asks for the PIN. And now let's get to the next feature. The next feature is actually going back to widgets. You maybe remember widgets, as we did here. Now if you press and hold on that widget, you can click on create stack. Now you can select any other widget that is in the same size as your previous widget. So in my case, it's going to be 4x1. Let's select something like, for example, it's going to be, I don't know, maybe internet, just search bar, whatever. Click on add, and now you can see that one disappeared. The previous one disappeared, but it didn't. You can slide between them just like that. It is now a stack. So that's a really cool one. Now you can also force apps to stay open. So if you don't want some apps to close automatically, you can go to recents and then click on the top of the app, like right here, and click on lock this app. So this app will stay open even if you click on close all, and you can see it stays open. Sometimes you may need it. Another thing is quick options that you can set as icons. If you press and hold on some of the apps, they have some quick options like search gallery, recent, favorite. On the camera app, I have take selfie, record video, take portrait. So it automatically goes into that mode within the app. So you don't need to go to the app, then go to something else. Just you are within the app and it's okay. Now let's see if settings don't have anything. But okay, for example, the notes have something interesting. Write with a pen. and you can click on it to just open the notes in that mode, or press and hold, then move it onto the home screen. Now whenever I click on it, it opens this mode, and I can immediately start writing with a pen. Now let's try something else, like record voice note. I can also add it, and I can click on it, and now it is recording a voice note, and I've stopped it, and now it is recorded. So yeah, let's go to the next thing, which is navigation bar. You probably saw or remember when I was speaking about the navigation bar. Let's go to the settings. I'll explain everything. Let's go here, then go to display. Now go to navigation bar, and you can set it to buttons, these buttons, and you can also go to more options. You can set it to this or this view, so the back and recents button are swapped together. You can also set the button position to either right or left. Mostly it depends on whether you're right or left-handed, but sometimes you may just have a different preference. Now you can see this button is the back button, so it just goes back. This is the home button, so it goes to home screen. And this is the recents button, so it opens all the recents. Then if you select swipe gestures, which I personally prefer, you can swipe from the left side towards the center, or from the right side towards the center to go back. You can see I can go here and there, and then I can go back like that. I can also swipe up to go to home screen, or swipe up and hold to go to recents. Now let's go to something else. Let's go to the recents and select an app icon above the app. Then click on open in pop-up view. Now you can see this app is in this little pop-up view. I can resize it, and it's like that, but I can still use what's underneath. So I can have it in this like little mode here, still use something underneath, then I can move it somewhere, can do something. Maybe for settings it's not that useful, but if you want to, for example, open a calculator, then feel free to do it. Now I have it in this little pop-up view. I can do something else while having it here, and I can close it whenever I want. Also what is worth showing here is sliding down from the right top part of the screen. This is another feature that when you find the I don't see auto rotation. Yeah, when you disable it and rotate your tablet, there will be this little icon shown here that you can click on to rotate. Even though auto rotate is disabled, and you can manually rotate it, but you don't have to. Now the next one is RAM Plus. Remember how I said about cleaning memory? Then you can also do it not only from the widget, but maybe also from the device care. You can go to memory and see that you can clean it. But now there's something else into that. You can actually increase your memory size, and the higher the memory size, the faster your tablet will be, basically. Also, it is worth noting that there's 4 GB of built-in RAM on your tablet. Which is okay, but it's good to extend it, and you can extend it with RAM Plus. And if you add more, then it just uses your storage, your internal built-in storage, to increase the RAM size. I have it enabled and set to 6 GB, so I have like very smooth tablet. If you want to increase it or decrease it, once you click on any option, you will need to restart So yeah. Now also there is something called quick share. Like, this is a feature that lets you share files if you're on the same Wi-Fi network, but I don't really want to show you this feature by itself because you may be familiar with it. I will just explain it. Like, when you do a photo or file or anything else, then you can click on this share button and select quick share. Then if your contacts, like people that are in your contacts, are nearby and they just need to be nearby and have quick share enabled on their device, then you will see them on the list and you will be able to share with them. So that's a great one. But if someone has an iPhone, quick share is not available there because iPhones have AirDrop. But you can actually share a file to an iPhone by clicking QR code or link. Then that person with an iPhone has to open the camera app on their iPhone and scan this QR code. Let's see if it positions itself on the QR code. Yeah, now it found it. So let's see it. Okay, now I can download it. So yeah, you can share it like that. That's a really good feature. And now the last one that I want to show you is Hey Google. Let's see if it opens it. Yeah, it did. It opens Gemini, your AI assistant that works basically like ChatGPT. You can ask it different life questions, get some knowledge from it, or just solve some problems. But also you can ask it to schedule an event in your calendar, check the weather, or text your friends or call your friends, whatever. If you want to do it, you can simply do it by opening the Gemini app, but I think the best way is using Hey Google, which is saying it out loud to just activate it. And to enable that option, go to Google, then click on your profile icon in top right corner, go to settings, Google Assistant voice match. And now I'm gonna remove my voice match so I can configure it again. Now I'm gonna enable it. Click on more, agree, more, and now when I click on agree, I will need to say 4 phrases out loud so Google learns my voice. Hey Google, help me write a thank you note. Hey Google, what's the weather tomorrow? Okay Google, explain how a rainbow is formed. Okay Google, set a timer for 5 minutes. And you saw that it's not only to configure your voice, but also these are some suggestions what you can ask your Google for. And now you can do whatever you want, like, hey Google, when did World War II happen? And you can see it answers me. So yeah, these are all the tricks, tips, hidden features that I wanted to show you on your new Tab S10 Lite. I hope that you liked it. Let me know in the comments down below which one of those is your favorite one. Don't be afraid to like and subscribe to our channel to help us create more videos like this in the future. And I'll see you in the next one.